Good morning and welcome to the June 22nd, 2023 meeting of the DC Historic Preservation Review Board. My name is Marnique Heath, the chair of the board. Public notice of this WebEx meeting and participation instructions have been emailed to project applicants and the HPO mailing list and posted on the Office of Planning website. The meeting is live streamed and archived on the Office of Planning's YouTube channel. Please be aware that if you're watching on YouTube, you will not be able to provide testimony. Those wishing to provide testimony must register in advance and join via WebEx. I want to ask each board member participating in today's meeting to now turn on your cameras, and I will do a roll call to identify who's present. So first we have Board Member Auerbach.
Good morning, Board Member Auerbach present.
Good morning. Board Member Bell, I don't see yet. Is Board Member Bell on? Don't see him yet, but I do expect him, so I'll announce him once he arrives. Board Member Beatty is not joining us today. Board Member Failer.
Good morning, Board Member Failer present.
Good morning. Before we begin the meeting, I'll go over a few procedural points. The camera function has been enabled for presenters and board members. So at the beginning of each case, cameras can be turned off so that the focus is on the presentation slides. When cameras are off, each person speaking should identify themselves. I'll first ask HPO staff to present their report and evaluation of the case, and I'll then ask the applicant to present their project plans. HPO has preloaded the plans provided by the applicant and will advance the slides upon request. Following the applicant's presentation, we'll hear testimony from ANCs, community groups, and individuals who have registered to speak. The camera function is not available for those providing testimony. After all testimony has been presented and the board is ready to ask questions and deliberate, I'll ask board members, staff, and presenters to turn on their cameras. After the board is finished deliberating and taken a vote on the project, cameras can then be turned off again for the next presentation. In accordance with the ANC Act, the Historic Preservation Review Board is committed to giving careful consideration to the community and ANC comments that we receive. Our regulations require us to give great weight to properly adopted written recommendations of ANCs in the matters that come before us. To ensure that great weight is given, the board discusses and addresses each issue or concern raised in ANC resolutions as a part of our deliberation, and then includes that discussion in the public record of the case as recorded in the live videos of our meetings. Following the meeting on the board's behalf, HPO archives the video recordings on the HPO website, keeping them accessible to the public. We prepare a written summary of the board's actions, which includes a report of our findings and conclusions on any issues and concerns raised in ANC resolutions, articulating with particularity and precision our reasons why the ANC did or did not offer persuasive advice. And then they post the written record on the HPO website 1 week following the meeting, keeping it permanently accessible to the public. We did have a few changes to our agenda for today, which have been posted. A case from our denial calendar in LeDroit Park Historic District, 304 T Street Northwest, has been deferred at the request of the applicant. And a case in the Anacostia Historic District at 2218 to 2224 Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue Southeast has been deferred until July. So with that, I will begin with our consent calendar cases. Do any board members have consent calendar cases that they'd like to discuss separately?
No.
All right. Okay. Then I will make a motion that we approve all consent calendar cases as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Gretchen. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone oppose? Great, the motion carries. I am going to give us one more minute before we start with our first case of the morning, which is a historic landmark case, to see if Matt Bell is going to be able to join us. Just give me one moment.
Chair Heath, Board Member Bell just joined.
Perfect. Thank you, Juliana.
My apologies for being a few minutes late here.
No worries. I just saw your message. Thank you. All right. So we're ready to begin with our first case of the morning, historic landmark hearing that's coming back to us. David Lieb, would you like to speak first, or should we hear from someone else on staff first?
No, I can handle it if that's all right.
Mhm.
Good morning, David Lieb. I'm counsel for the Office of Planning. Nice to see everybody. On March 30th, the board voted to continue its deliberations on this application, boundary application for the this property for 3 months to wait and see what would happen in the appeal of its previous boundary determination for this property. There was an oral argument held in the Court of Appeals since then, and the Court of Appeals also lifted a stay, an injunction on construction work at the property that the Superior Court had imposed. And in doing so, found that the district representing this board had a high likelihood of success on the merits in the appeal. The applicant now requests that the board hold this matter in abeyance until the court issues a final order in that appeal. A favorable ruling for the board would moot this application. So holding this matter in abeyance to wait for a final decision from the Court of Appeals makes good sense. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Thank you, David, for that update. Do any board members have questions? Any questions for David? I think hearing from your guidance and understanding the course of action that's been taken so far, I would recommend that we hold this in abeyance and defer any action to see how the court proceeds. So I will make a motion that we hold this. Were you going to add something else, David?
No, I was just going to suggest that the board do so with a vote. It did so previously. This is arguably something that the chair alone could grant this extension request, but because the board previously voted to hold it, to delay its decision for 3 months, I think it makes sense for the board to vote again. That's it.
Completely agree. So I will call for a vote now.
I'll second your motion. I have no change in my opinions from previously,
Okay.
previous meeting.
Thank you, Gretchen. So then all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone oppose? All right. So we will wait to hear how this progresses. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too. All right. We're ready to proceed with our next case at the Walter Reed Historic District at 1250 Dahlia Street Northwest. Would staff like to make your presentation first?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Good morning, board
Thanks, Chair.
members. This project has been revised and improved since last month's meeting. I will just summarize the staff recommendations. The belt course below the third floor windows should be moved to a place above them to create the appearance of a continuous parapet across the building. and to avoid another horizontal division of a fairly squat building. On the other hand, the new pilasters or piers really improve the balance between horizontality and verticality. The parapet and water table should be returned farther around the ends of the building, probably to the point where the reveals are on the ends of the building. The masonry bands, the contrasting, presumably precast bands at the base of the building should be at consistent heights across the building, with some of them eliminated. And finally, for the sake of texture, the windows should have some kind of mullions of decent depth between them. That's our report. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Tim. Would the applicant like to present now?
Hi, this is Sarah Bonish. Would it be possible to elevate Vicki Davis? I think she's in the participants group right now. Or the
Sure,
attendees
we should be
group.
able to help with that.
Thank you.
Do you see her, Juliana?
Yeah, it looks like she's.
Oh, yep, she's here. She just has to unmute.
Good morning. Thank you
Good
so much
morning.
for the assistance. I feel like it's twice in a row that I've messed that up. I apologize. Good morning. We are so grateful to be here today. I want to start out anything I say by saying the State Historic Preservation Office really rocks in being able to allow us the time to turn this around quickly, and we are most grateful for that. I think that the comments from the staff are on point, and we are prepared to work with the staff to complete the building. I am grateful for the changes that we have made. I think it makes the building better. I see the points that Mr. Dene raised and think that they are valid, and I would very much appreciate the ability to approve this building if it's possible, subject to us working with staff. And we are very much trying to hit the affordable housing round. And so we are really excited about this opportunity. Thank you. And I don't know if you'd like to have a presentation from our team.
I was just waiting because I wasn't sure if somebody else was gonna.
Would you like us to do a presentation?
Just
Yes.
highlighting your changes? Yes,
Yes.
please. You don't have to go into all
Sure.
of the previous detail, but what you've progressed.
Yes, I think my presenters are Emily Eig and Jack Borman. And so if you'd like to go ahead, please do. Thank you.
Emily is. We're on mute.
We're unmuted.
We're unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. Emily, do you want to go first or do you want me to?
No, you can start, Jack. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. From the architect's point of view, we greatly appreciate Mr. Dene's comments and the board's opportunity for us to improve our design by considering the several suggestions that they pointed out. Most importantly, we've enhanced our building. Could you go to the main elevation sheet, please? Yes, thank you. The new design, plus the improvements from Mr. Dene that we're totally committed to, very simply adds more details across the project facade and design. It helps to enhance the quality of the building and to address the issue of making the building more interesting and less simplified. but yet interesting and timeless. It's a single brick color now for the entire building, and the brick color matches building 1. We've made adjustments on belt coursing and added a cornice development at the top of the building. And then most importantly, at the 3 projected building elements have developed a much more articulated combination of pilasters and window wall. We take that sort of articulation from a lot of the details that were going on the end of the wings of building 1. And so we think that combined with the entry area, which has larger windows at the ground floor because we have a drop in the floor area there to create more interest. And we've developed a recessed stone panel entrance there. So between the 3 projections, I think, and the development of more details to the windows and the development of the more detailed cornice, the pilaster caps, and then the band there, and then replicating that at the 3 projections, we feel we've added a significant amount of detail and quality to the overall building. As we look at the, if we could quickly go to the, on the penthouse, we've increased the height of the parapet as we've added the more detailed cornice and therefore reduced the visibility of the penthouse. But in addition to it basically being barely visible from the streetscape, we've also added additional windows where we had double and single windows before. We now have double windows throughout. We've also added some banding at the top of the windows and at the jambs of the windows to add a little more articulation to the penthouse as you would see it in elevation. So you can see it's significantly shorter appearing in the elevations. And as you then go to the side, east and west elevations, with the development of the pilasters and their base, we've wrapped that around the corner. We've also taken the first 30 feet of the corner of the end facade and created a 1-foot break by recessing the remainder of the facade that has the windows from the end panel. The expanded cornice extends all the way around, as do the capitals and base of the pilaster. Then the blind recessed windows have been recessed enough so that they will definitely show a shadow. And then this is the case on both end elevations, as you can see in both slides. I think that covers the majority of the items that the board had asked us to look at. And then obviously those are further embellished in the details that Mr. Dene is suggesting, of which we're very comfortable with. And at the end of our presentation, we've actually provided a revised elevation based on the board's interest in reviewing that as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Does that revised elevation address the comments in Mr. Dene's staff report?
It does.
Okay.
Very last page.
Yeah, the very last page.
Okay. So you've raised the belt course.
Yes.
Okay.
We've raised the belt course so that it develops a continuous horizontal cornice and frieze band at the top of the building, tying together the 3 feature elements. We've also have a continuous belt course band at the bottom of the pilasters running all the way through. And then we've only dropped that with the taller pilasters that are at the dropped entry area. I think those are, then if you look at the end elevations aren't in here.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to ask about the end elevations.
Well, let's go back to the end elevation and I'll describe what we're doing there. You look at the end elevation Could you go to the other one, the west, east end? Okay, great. We're, we've removed that base band on the pilaster, but we've extended the belt course band all the way through on the bottom of that band. We've moved that all the way across to where the recess is between the corner element, which is, we want to express as more of a vertical from the longer main part of this elevation is now a foot offset from this corner panel. So we extended the belt course band, the water table band, sorry, all the way across. And then we've done the same thing with the belt cord, the upper band, and we extended that all the way across. And then it turns the corner and dives into the recess portion of the building, which matches what's going on in the front.
Okay.
Could I ask a question?
Absolutely, Matt.
Can you go back to the perspective view you were showing there? The current that one there. So am I reading this correctly? It looks like there's a deep shadow under the top cornice on the pieces between the on the two longer pieces. Is that a drafting error, or is it? It is. So that would have the same relationship to the brick that it has on either side.
Correct.
So there wouldn't be a deep shadow there. Okay.
That would be the intent, yes.
So, and then could you go to the elevations comparing the two? Yeah, that one there. I think this is much more in the spirit of Walter Reed, and congratulations on getting to that so quickly. It certainly seems like something I might expect to see there. I do, though, find the can you put up the one where you have the horizontal between above the third floor windows rather than the second? Yeah, I think you had a comparison of that. Yeah, that I gotta say, I disagree with Mr. Dene on this point, and maybe Tim could talk about it. I find the upper level where that horizontal as a minor element exists below the third floor windows to have a much better job of letting the 3-bay pieces at the ends and in the middle have more presence and more hierarchy in the facade. And I think that ought to be reconsidered. I don't really think it works above the third floor windows. It tends to, you can't tell whether it's a minor horizontal element or whether it's a part of a cornice. And I think in actual fact, the way you did it first, where the 3-bay pieces on the ends and the middle have their own sort of cornice that dives back into the 6-bay piece, is more successful. I think the addition of the detail at the bottom works pretty well, but I don't know if you all want to talk about that or anything, or Tim, you want to mention something about it, but just jumps right off the page at me as something that looks better in the top than it does at the bottom.
Maybe Emily, not to put Emily on the spot, but maybe Emily could refresh our memory about the preservation guidelines and the architecture that exists on the site, and which may be closer, or if both exist on the site.
Yeah, that might be helpful.
Yeah, I think this is Emily Ike. This is I see exactly what Matt's saying, and it does help make the verticality more effective. And I think that is in the spirit of Walter Reed. I don't think we would be in terrible position to do the upper piece, but I do think, as Matt says, by putting it underneath that 3rd-story window, the 3 projecting bays are more prominent. And this is all very subtle. We have to remember that this is all very subtle, but it definitely would be more effective. So I can agree with him that this would be working better at Walter Reed, because the contrast of small and large is emphasized, or I should say, or just the variation is emphasized, and there's a lot of very nice variation in the designs of Walter Reed, the existing buildings.
Amen.
All right. Tim, did you want to respond to that at all?
Well, of course, it's up to the board, but I think there's a logic in having a consistent parapet expressed and carried across the building. I also think there's not much of a logic of having the band at the third floor run into the sort of pilastered pavilions, nor is there a strong case for sort of cutting a three-story building that doesn't have a high base horizontally. I don't think it needs to be split up.
Make a suggestion that would, Tim, maybe a halfway point here is it's all good points. I think it's not necessarily the right or wrong answer, but one just looks more right to me than the other one. There, if the piece above the three-story bays read more as a pavilion and the cornices intervening between them were perhaps flatter, I wonder if that would make a difference, so that it was really clear that there was a kind of temple pavilion at the ends that had a little bit more detail. So for example, they're showing, is it precast? What is it above the column capitals? What material is that above? Maybe the architect could speak to that.
That's
What is that horizontal material? That's precast there?
Yes. The material, the banding and the capitals above the pilasters are precast, correct?
It's not a major thing necessarily for me, but I think maybe one way to do that would make it clear about the hierarchy would be to give a little bit more detail to that little temple front above the pilasters, to the entablatures up there. But to my way of looking, that horizontal above the third story window begins to crowd the reading of the pavilion, and I think the pavilion I think what you've done here is a nice job of pushing those things forward, both in terms of their scale and in terms of their detail. That is pretty much what we were looking for, I think, last time, to give both the building a repetitive nature and also a figural nature in certain places. So I think the changes are good. I think I agree with Emily. I think the upper drawing is more in concert with what we see out there, and I don't know if there's any level of detail that could be applied to the entablature or the horizontal pieces above the four columns. Maybe not, but it just seems as long as that shadow line isn't there, which is in the rendering, I think it's going to read fine.
Yeah.
Could I ask a question, please?
Sure.
Having the horizontal band at the bottom of the third floor windows sort of relies on the third floor windows being smaller, much like attic windows. And so if we move that band up to the top of the third floor windows, wouldn't it be a simplification to make all the windows on the third floor the same height as the windows on the first and second floor?
Sounds right.
But
a drawing is worth
a
lot of
well,
these.
I would just want Mr. Dene to help us with that aspect of it, whether or not that makes sense to him or not, but it's just a thought. So
yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry, I heard my name called. Yeah, I mean, there are many ways you could approach it. I think you could simply eliminate that band below the third floor windows. You could change the material above the pilasters so that it's distinct from the rest of the parapet. So in other words, you have precast rather than brick carried across that portion of the parapet. Several different ways you could cut it, as you know. I'd like to point out one other thing is that if you look at the very lower right here, that we think the base should be carried across on one horizontal and not stepped up, even where the grade steps up. What's happening at that location is that there's sort of a window well or areaway in front of that right-hand pavilion. We think that if you were standing there, sort of the local view of that is that you would be looking down as the base of the building sinks into that areaway. And we think that it's more important to carry the base across on one datum than to step it up for the sake of the grade, because you won't really perceive the building in this fashion, given the change in the grade, what's across the street, et cetera.
So Tim, so it would just be exactly like on the left side in the photograph, the in the drawing, you would
Yeah,
have
yeah.
it on the same.
I mean,
That
yes, yes.
sounds very logical. Yes.
Though,
Mhm.
you could actually, and I've seen this done before when you have grade like this, you could introduce a piece under the first floor windows that would carry that across and match that line on the right, and then also show up on the other side of the building. In other words, a wider sense of a base if you wanted to do that. But it certainly, I don't really have a problem with it stepping up there if it did so on both sides. It's a little odd to me that it does it on one side and not the other.
Right.
I think that's where it's strange, but
I would like to point out that if you cut this elevation a foot away from the building, the right side would look exactly like the left side because of the area well condition. So
yeah,
so it's when you're on
that
the
might be the
sidewalk.
answer. Yeah.
Yeah, when you're on the sidewalk looking at the building, that that baseline horizontal is continuous. It doesn't step up. It's continuous.
Yeah. Well, I gotta say, I think the above the drawing above is a handsome facade, and I think the second, third story distinction with that horizontal goes a nice way to making those 3-story pieces stand out. So I'll just reiterate that. I feel pretty strongly that that's a much better solution.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? We do have one person who's registered to speak this morning on this application, and that's Faith Wheeler. Is Miss Wheeler on? Do you see her, Juliana?
Chair Heath, yes. Faith Wheeler is on.
Okay, perfect.
Hear me?
Now we can, yes.
You can. The opportunity to speak. Can you hear me still, or shall I speak louder?
Speaking the way you're speaking now is good.
Thanks very much. Don't have much to say at this point. I think it's a great improvement to June 22nd and June 12th, for that matter, from the original. Very glad to see the lighter, the additional detail from the just plain red brick all the way across. Very much like the light centers and the light center and the light end pavilions at the end. I think it's a much more forceful presence than originally. And I'm very pleased. Pleased to see the light band at the top, which is a favorite of mine.
Mm-hmm.
And thanks very much for all of the work and everything on this building. It's very important. 3-story building to stay as sort of counterpoint or in relationship to building 1. It's wonderful to have it 3 stories. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Glad we've all reached alignment here. All right. So any final statement from the applicant before we close?
I think I'll reiterate Faith's comments. I'm so happy to hear her voice here. And I'd like to thank the board, thank our staff, thank our team. I am very pleased with how this came about. I'm pleased with the feedback. And I very much appreciate it. And thank you for helping us through this. I appreciate it.
Okay. Great. Any final questions from the board, or are we ready to deliberate? And if we're ready to deliberate, I'll ask board members to turn on their cameras. All right. Matt, would you like to go first to make recommendations?
Yeah, I
based
think I've,
on the
I mean,
discussions?
obviously I've said what I think. I think the changes are good, and it looks like a building that I think really learns from Walter Reed and adapts quite well. You know, the grade issues aside, which are, you know, always troubling when you have such a long building and the grade shifts and things. I do think the attention between the historic building and the one rendering, and the building as it turns the corner is good. You know, they've obviously thought about that. I think in the one rendering, at least I'm looking at in the package, where it does turn the corner, they need to make sure the piece above the pilaster turns the corner and then returns back to the piece with the blank windows. It's not drawn that way now, but I think the architect will understand what I'm talking about, because that corner is highly visible.
Yes.
You know, and even though it's on the inside of the block, you will see quite a bit of it. So it needs to have some attention there. But I'm ready, you know, to delegate to staff to get this thing moving.
Okay.
So
Gretchen.
I would make a motion to approve the staff report, and with considerations based upon what I articulated about, at least my point of view, about the horizontal piece between the second and third floor.
Okay.
I'll second that motion for discussion.
Okay.
Then I would add that I am actually fine with either, with the suggestions on the June 12th of enhancing the cornice on what I would start to call loggias on the buildings would be beneficial. But I'm also fine with what's shown for the modification of June 22nd. So I would be okay with either. I think where I might differ, Matt, from you is I would really like it to come back before us, only because with the simplicity of these kind of affordable materials and how things are detailed, I am interested in how the white white windows and the white paneling relates to the brick and some of the depth relationships as the
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah.
and then some of the things that specifically that you talked about as the building rounds the corner. I mean, it could come on consent, but I would just like to see it as it develops to see that those kind of things don't, so it doesn't get too flat. I'm worried that it will get too flat, and then the value of having the change from the brick to the white gets lost in sort of the subtle richness of the building.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. That's okay coming back. I think that's a good idea. It's prudent.
So just to be clear, just so no one on the applicant's team is concerned, we would approve this today in concept and ask that rather than delegating it to staff, that it come back to the board for final, but you would get concept approval today. So the motion's been made and seconded and amended. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone oppose? All right, then the motion carries. Thank you all for your expedient and good work on this. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we're ready to move on to 1010 Butternut and 6099 Georgia Avenue Northwest. Is staff ready to make your presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair. This is a proposed renovation of Building 12 for use as a hardware store. Despite the necessity for some demolition and some obscuring of features, the proposed additions, an elevator, a solarium, and a third floor connector between the main block and the rear wing, are generally compatible. More problematic is actually the site work, namely the expansion of the parking lot on the west side of the rear wing and the creation of a fenced corral for garden supplies in the yard facing 12th Street. The paving would extend closer to 12th Street than the west end of the building itself. The fencing and gardening supplies would stand just inside the property line along 12th Street, fully forward of the front of the building that stands immediately to the north. It would presumably involve a tall fence for security reasons, something that we would normally not place between a building and the street. And it also suggests the question of whether there will be a need for corralling shopping carts outside the building after people have used them to take things to the parking lot. So we recommend against the fenced outdoor storage in the location proposed, because the fence and the objects within would intrude into the series of green yards running north along 12th Street. And any additional paving must, if it's to be done, at the very least, it has to be well screened in a compatible fashion to protect views from 12th Street. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Is the applicant ready to present?
Yes. Good morning. Good morning, board. Thank you for this opportunity to present on what we believe is an exciting proposal for Building 12. We also want to thank Mr. Dene for his engagement on this project with us. We have taken the staff's recommendations and made adjustments as will be presented and discussed by our architects, BKV, in the presentation. We do understand the views from the west side, and we have taken an effort to try to move as much as we can in terms of the elevator access and other items, the parking, as you will see in the presentation, to the east side to preserve the view that Mr. Dene spoke about. So with that, I will turn it over to our architects to present the concept.
Good morning. We appreciate very much this opportunity to talk about the future development of building 12 and to create this new opportunity for this retail use and to further extend the opportunity to complete the revitalization of another Walter Reed iconic building. So basically, let's just sort of refresh you a little bit as to how the floor plans have developed. And there's really, other than some maintenance issues, the exterior of the building remains totally sort of intact and untouched, short of adding an elevator and adding an open sort of cafe area on the top of the addition that was put on many years after the original building. So could you go to the location basically here off of Butternut? It's a very key area. Obviously the Great Lawn visibility is what Eric was talking about. So we've been very sensitive about not changing the visual character of the building in relationship to its view from the Great Lawn. Next slide. This just illustrates some of the zoning and some of the historic background of the building. And as you can see, we have, if you could go back to that, please. There's a high brick wall screen on the Great Lawn side, and that was screening the original mechanical systems. The wall will remain. The contents will have a new use relative to the new use. There's a partial high brick wall that goes to the north. On the left there, that asphalt area will be used for outdoor functions for the store and will be screened. And there was some discussion about putting some of that up where the driveway's at. That driveway is being eliminated, and we have moved those elements that were being proposed for there over behind the partial high brick wall in that area there. So then the east side next to the playground is where the existing parking is at. And that's also the side that we're locating the new elevator. The elevator brings the building up to accessibility code for the 3 floors and the basement. You know, that's definitely needed. If you go to the next floor plan or the next sheet, this just illustrates some of the outside character of the building. The lower left-hand picture illustrates where there's currently an entrance to the main, the sort of hyphen between the 2 buildings. You know, that is the area that will be the main entrance. And that also is where that middle window is at in the hyphen. That will become the link access to the elevator structure. And then there on the very top floor above that, there will be a low line link area that will be connected, that'll allow us to connect the 3rd floor of the north building element that was historically not connected. So those are the 2 aspects, the elevator core plus the roof link. And those are the only exterior elements that are involved in this design effort. Next. This is just kind of the overall building schedule and element. Next. This is the wonderful history of the building and General Johnson Brown's contribution to the significance of this building as the first African-American woman general in the history of the U.S. military. And it's a great history that is exciting to continue to express in this building restoration project and the history of the building within Walter Reed. Next. This is just the basic site plan that shows the detailed elements of where the parking is at. And I covered this mostly in the earlier aerial photograph. Next. This is the floor plan, the new floor plan. The aspect of the elevator core, as you can see, that's pointed there, illustrates how we've tucked that elevator core in between and behind the hyphen, so that it's not very visible at all. There's a 2nd floor projection that's that white metal element, white wood element that's more like a porch on the end of the main building that further screens it. On the opposite side, over there's a 1-story addition that was put on kind of in the more recent era of the building that was actually the police department areas for the campus. And that is being maintained, but we're adding a solarium on the top of it that is part of a cafe function that works with the building for use for everyone throughout the Walter Reed campus. So next. This is the detailed floor plan of how on the interior, we're maintaining all the primary structural walls and just removing the incidental walls to open it up for the retail use. And you can see the elevator core, we are expanding on the 1st floor, we're expanding some of the window openings to allow a double door access and then also to allow a connection to the elevator. That's only impacting the hyphen on the 1 window on the 2 floors above. So most of the impact will be on the 1st floor, kind of the basement area of the building, as shown here. Next, please. This shows the typical access at the 2nd floor, and you can see how we're using the left window to access for the elevators. The right window in the hyphen is left intact. Next. And then this is the 2nd floor. You can see the roof of that 1-story element in the lower bottom portion of the plan that screens the elevator from the view, like from the playground area, etc. to the east. Next. This is the top floor. This is where we're adding a 4 foot, it's 4 feet, right? 4 foot wide link that will use one of the window gables on the main building area and then go through an existing window on the north building area to connect the link to this upper floor level, which currently does not have access to each other. Next. This is the roof plan. Next. This is the existing main elevation. There's nothing's being done here other than just simple maintenance. Next. Next. Okay, this is the side facing the Great Lawn. You see the solarium element that is all glass. That's the cafe. At the top, you see the glass link that connects. It's about 8 feet high, and it's got a small slope roof over it, and it connects into the gable end of the north building and into the bay of the south building. And it's set back about 4 feet from the face of the hyphen on both sides. Next slide, please. This is the north elevation. It shows the solarium, glass solarium element. We're adding a stair up to that deck to access it. The police station facade remains the same. This is the east side. You can see the elevator shaft, and it's all brick. And then there's a horizontal precast band at the cornice line of the hyphen. And then there's a minimal coping at the top to match the gutter coping on the slope roof over the link. And again, that link is set back significantly from the face of the hyphen. You can see the wood, what I call the porch addition to the south building, and how the elevator core is tucked in behind that. Next. So the cross section showing the if you could go back to that, well, that shows how it connects into the rooftop window, but it's really detailed to be minimalist, transparent connection between the two historic buildings. Next. This is a section through the dormer to show how the roof works in relationship to the opening into the main building. Next. These are just some aerials illustrating kind of, I mean, our concern is to really make the addition for the elevator virtually invisible. Next. Next. That's our presentation, and we look forward to your questions and your advice.
All right, thank you. Does the board have questions at this time?
Yes, I have a question. For the connector pieces that you're adding onto this, did you ever look at any material other than glass, all glass? Is there a specific reason why it's glass and say, not something that, like board or anything like that?
I think the sort of design philosophy approach is transparency, and we have a transparent link between the elevator core and the hyphen. I personally would be comfortable with it being a simple board and batten metal link with maybe small windows that reflect the windows in the hyphen. I think that would be simple. We would need to be very careful to make sure that the materials clearly differentiated from the historic materials of the building. But beyond that, I think that's a very workable suggestion. I mean,
Would the same be true for the little ground level piece as well? And can you go to that elevation that has that on there?
You mean the solarium piece?
Yeah.
I think the solarium piece was a different hope. It was the goal for it to be a very sort of airy kind of cafe piece to have a lot of visibility both from the exterior to what is going on there and from the internal view to the Great Lawn.
And are there any lean-to roof forms at Walter Reed?
No.
Oh, your voice changed. There are no lean-to roof forms at Walter Reed like that, right, Gretchen? Is that you who said that?
Not noted in the guidelines that have been developed. Yeah. There may be some that are incidental,
right,
for utilitarian purposes on, maintenance buildings, things like that.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Okay. It's good to know.
Could you talk again about the height of the hyphen and why the hyphen needs to be up at the third floor? You're planning to occupy the attic?
Yes,
the building.
The two attic floors will become office space. I mean that's the programmatic intent. Intent is for those to be occupied office spaces for multiple tenants. Hopefully, some incubator kind of businesses, things that fit into the sort of live work kind of relationship here at Walter Reed. And the need to really make both buildings accessible for tenant use.
And they are currently not connected.
And yeah, right. They're as we mentioned earlier, they are currently not connected. So I think this expansion to the hyphen is very critical to make the third floor. It's not an attic really, it's the third floor. And it's always been used as functional office space in recent history. And so to do that under current code compliant issues, we really have to connect them and provide elevator access.
Right.
Do you have a drawing here that shows in greater detail where that connection occurs? How we can see it coming into the third floor windows?
I don't think we have an elevation of the hyphen cutting through the link, do we?
We do not, but page 13 shows it in plan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you look at, I'm going to go to page 13.
Please.
Please.
If you go to page 5,
if you look at that hyphen elevation, if you go back a page. Okay, if you look at the okay,
That's it.
Basically, what we're if you go down a floor. Okay, the windows that you see on the upper part of the hyphen, right there. That's replicated on the opposite side of the hyphen. So what we're doing is we're keeping the window that's visible. We're not touching that one. And then between the two windows that remain in the hyphen, we're creating a new opening. We're closing those two windows and creating a new opening between them. So that's where we connect the elevator, and that would happen on all three floors of the hyphen. Basement plus 1 and 2. So, and so the part of the hyphen that's visible remains exactly the same. And the part where the elevator connects is where we're taking two of those windows and restructuring it to create one opening.
Because the windows currently, otherwise the windows would look like the other side with the 3.
Right. I mean, without the elevator there, the hyphen windows look on both sides like what's on the top
Right.
of the hyphen right there.
Got it.
So, I mean, we're trying to be as minimally impactive of the hyphen, but functionally to have the elevator work for both, you know, for the both sides, both buildings. This is the place to put it with the least impact.
Okay.
And the hyphen is all new.
No. The basement plus first and second floor is historic. It's the attic floor that's new. The third floor, it's not really an attic. I mean, it's structured as an attic, but it functions as a fully functional.
The glass piece is new.
Yeah, where the glass piece is at is the new construction on top of the hyphen.
Okay.
That's pulled in about 3 feet from either side of the vertical face of the hyphen to create distinct difference in material and time frame.
Okay. And
You go to the next floor.
looking at these plans, it looks like you don't have a lot of internal stairs. So egress really is primarily happening with all of these fire stairs on the outside of the building, right?
Correct. Those stairs I mean, those stairs really are located functionally in the places within the building that meet the exiting code requirements. And they're functioning and are maintained for code exiting purposes.
Okay.
It's a very small building when you really start to work with it.
Mhm.
Can I ask a question? Tim pointed out some issues relative to the yard and the storage area. Do you have any renderings that show ground level what that's going to be like in terms of the view from 12th Street and other places on the site?
Let's go to the aerial. Wouldn't that be the best place?
Yes.
Well, the aerial's not a ground level view. I mean, what's the experience of this like at ground?
Oh, I see what you mean. We do not. We don't have any ground level views. Basically,
Or sections to see what the sight lines would be. I mean, Tim made a very significant point about the fencing and the view of these.
we've removed all that.
That's all gone now.
That's all gone.
Okay.
We understood his concerns and all of that's been removed. So basically what you see in our site plan
Okay.
is all of the existing conditions except the removal of the driveway that's been removed and replaced with open lawn.
So there won't be any material storage or any outdoor storage on the site. Okay.
Well, the only place that will be is in the screened, if you go to the site plan.
Yeah.
This is, well, is
So
it,
back to the.
yeah, we have a full site plan, which I think might address more issues, more answers, I guess. Right there, right there. Yes.
Page 9,
Yeah,
please.
well, you were there.
That's the thank you page.
Yeah, right. Can,
I think it's page 9.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I don't have the numbers on the page. If
Okay.
you could direct me towards the front or the end of the presentation, that would be great.
It's start at the beginning and just.
I think it's 9 slides in.
Go until they tell you to stop.
Yes, start at the beginning and we'll flip through, and if you could go to the first page.
In the PDF on the website, it's panel number 9, if that's what you're projecting. I think it's the site plan you're looking for.
Right there, stop.
One more.
Next. Right there, stop.
There you go.
Okay, so on the top of the plan, where you see the tree, okay, so there to the left of that tree is about a 3.5 foot high brick wall, and then on the other side of it's about a 6 foot high hedge. That's all existing, and that will remain. The driveway that's north of that, that's all going to just become green lawn. And we did have some outdoor garden storage plants and whatnot there. We've removed it. And that will be in this area where you see the what was parking at one time. There will be a row of that hidden behind the wall up there by the sidewalk entrance, that area. The chiller screen wall is about 8 feet high as well. That's to be remained. So there's a series of 8 and 3.5 foot high walls and shrubbery there that screen that parking area. And so we've moved any outdoor elements that we're going to have will be, 5 feet or less in height and be in that area where the former parking was. There would be a movable sort of screen area that connects from the tree down to the building in that area, just to close it off for security purposes. But we're assuming that, part of that will be movable and whatnot, so that people can come in there to see the plants and whatnot. Over on the opposite side, it's all.
Right, I'm totally confused. And I have to say, I'm confused partly because there's really not a rendered site plan, there's minimal labeling on this drawing here.
Okay.
And there's no real perspective view that shows this. And one of the challenges, I think, of Walter Reed in general is that so much of what is wonderful about the place that I think the guidelines and other things try to kind of grab is the landscape and how you experience the landscape relationship to the buildings.
Right.
And stuff. And though I don't have any reason to doubt what you're saying is true, I can't see it.
Yeah,
and that's a problem. And the rendered site plan is so washed out and the lettering is so small, it really is a real struggle to sort of get a sense about what really is going to result here.
And we understand that, and we have not developed a landscape plan to date, and that would definitely help answer a lot of these questions. So that's recognized as a important element to have the landscape plan, and you're adding the three-dimensional view of how that site usage impacts the visualness of the butternut pedestrian and lawn views. Understood. So we
If I
need to provide that.
if staff can jump in here for a sec,
Mhm.
I just want to clarify one thing. If you note the east-west, which here is going up and down driveway that's behind this site at the edge of the site. So the current plan is to close the portion that is beyond the parking and loading for this building that is above that, which is to the west, and to put lawn over it. The board may find that to be an acceptable trade-off for the fact that actually the parking and loading, the paving that is on the west side of the building, which again is above the rear wing, would be expanded. Right now, the paving goes to the inside edge of the generator enclosure, which is that sort of white box that is just to the to the upper right of the main block of the building. If you understand where I'm going, it's right above the solarium.
Yeah.
So right now the paving goes to the inside, let's say the lower side as we're looking at it, and it's proposed to be pushed to the outside edge with the sidewalk or a lead walk and further paving for parking and loading there. So I just want to make that clear. Schematically, it looks like there might be a hedge extended along there for screening, which we think is good at a minimum for additional paving.
Thank you, Tim. That's very helpful.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? We do have one person, again, Miss Wheeler, registered to speak on this application. I believe she's still on. So Miss Wheeler, we'll call on you now to make your statement.
Thanks very much. Thanks again for the opportunity to testify on this project as well. Just following on the comments just made about parking and all, one thing that I would suggest and propose is that instead of asphalt, if that is what is proposed, that you would please put permeable pavers, just to help the rainwater seep into the ground and not wash out to gutters. It's a climate change concern, which is, I think, something that we'll be increasingly interested in as time goes by, and time is kind of upon us with climate change. So please, 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 permeable pavers. Just a non-architectural comment about the glass. So the link at the very top. My thoughts about that would be to not interrupt, to keep the glass and not interrupt the historic buildings with another sort of solid element in between them, to keep it open, just to let the two buildings shine as they are without an additional solid wall between them. Glass, preferring glass on the third floor. My particular interest is a statement that I think Tim made very quickly, and I'm not sure that I heard it clearly, but the inside is so beautiful and so detailed that I would really, really urge the applicant to keep, preserve, and protect that beautifully detailed woodwork on the inside of the stately building, as I said in my written testimony. It's I think it's a real treasure and something that really is worth keeping and cherishing. It would make for a very unusual hardware store, but as far as I remember, the slogan of the parks at Walter Reed is to expect the unexpected. That would be unexpected and quite beautiful. I think that pretty much does it for my thoughts on this. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Does the board have any questions for her? All right. If not, then would the applicant like to respond to some of the requests she's made or comments?
Eric, do you want to speak first?
Sure. Hello, Faith. Yeah, I think we tend to agree with you with regard to the link on the top. Although we are open to the board's recommendation and staff's recommendation in terms of the materiality, in terms of how they would like to see that that link designed. With regard to the landscape, as our architect mentioned, we've concentrated this proposal on the concept of the building. The intention is to keep the existing, where we have existing asphalt, is to not necessarily to disturb that, but to the extent we have any new asphalts or new pavement areas, we will definitely look into areas where there could be a permeable surface. And I think that is most of your comments. So thanks again, Faith.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just like to add that we currently, Eric, we've been discussing keeping those fireplace mantles on the main floor that are existing, and that would provide some existing the more unique detailing of the building is really at those fireplaces. And I think we had discussed, keeping those, not that they would necessarily be functional, but they would certainly maintain their detail appearance.
Okay. Any final questions from the board? All right. Then are we ready to deliberate? Okay. Actually, I have one more question. Did you look into adding internal stairs in order to be able to remove the fire escapes?
Well, we did a code study of what it would take to exit the building, and it would require sort of replicating all of the current exterior stairs to the interior in the similar location to maintain the ability to subdivide the floors. That would, and possibly even an internal stair in the middle. I mean, the goal is to make the interior of the building larger, flexible spaces, at least on the main levels. The attic floor might be smaller spaces. So that seemed to be very impactful on the circulation of the floor plate once you try to internalize stairs. We do have the one internal stair that is over in the north building addition, where it's currently 2 floors, and we're adding it up to the 3rd floor in the basement. So we have expanded that stair and preserved it because its location is there and it functions. And so we wanted to use that as the staircases are really just for exiting. The stair that we're extending on the interior is the one that everyone will use.
Okay.
I guess following on Marnie, because you mentioned that you did a code study, but will you be asking for a variance? Because it seems like you're changing the occupancy, and this is what I think this would likely be classified as a level 3 modification or alteration under the IEBC. And so you'll be required to bring the building up to meet current code for life safety and egress, because you will have more people on those floors. So you're increasing the load and the occupancy and changing some of the use. So I just wondered if you did that so that you're not in a position where you're coming back before us to figure out how you might aesthetically enclose some of these stairs to make them enclosed egress stairs with the rated, with the rating around them. But you've already done that and had that conversation with the code reviewer?
We have not had the conversation with the code review. Our goal is to have that as a part of our permitting process, obviously. And but I think the occupancy of the building, when those stairs were put in, was as an office building. And I think office, and it's going to remain office for at least a third of its space. The other 2/3 would be retail. I think we're obviously the goal is to have it be more like the current occupancy than something new. Obviously, it's being completely remodeled on the inside and brought up to code. And at this point, we are going to make our next permit application based on utilizing the exterior stairs. Whether that'll be the ruling at the end of the day, I don't know yet, but that's our first step anyway.
I have one more question.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I have one after.
Did you have a follow-up? Go ahead, Gretchen, and then Matt.
Yes.
My other one is also related to more just constructability details, but with the shaft height that you're showing for the elevator, the way when it egresses on the 3rd floor, you've checked the height of the shaft to make sure you have enough clearance above the cab so that you don't need to make it taller than you're already showing it.
Yeah, it's very close, and we have looked at it, and we have a very thin roof structure there. Our goal was to absolutely keep it as low as possible and keep it aligned with the roof of the link, and those details we're still needing to, because we're in a very preliminary phase on the construction documents. But that's something that we've looked at, and we're hoping to keep it at the same current level.
Okay, it looks low, but okay.
It's very tight. I totally agree.
And did you look at? Sorry, Matt. Did you look at having the elevator engaged in the corner, so you're only building 2 new walls and using the existing walls of either one of the buildings on either side? Probably it'd be cleaner to go on the building turned around here on the plan.
Shifting it to the right.
Yeah, to the right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We did, the overall goal was to float the elevator core between the 2 buildings. And at one time we had it dead center, and we had a door on either side. We did adjust it to the current plan to get a double door on the right side at the lower level. Our goal was to clearly float the elevator shaft between the 2 roof structures to have the least amount of impact to the pretty dominant design roof shapes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the purpose of floating it.
Yeah, just leave some really odd kind of narrow spaces to maintain for like leaf collectors and
It's 4 feet, I believe.
Yeah.
3.5 to 4.5 feet.
Yeah.
It's cozy. It's definitely cozy.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Sorry, go ahead.
So a question about the site plan again. So on the bottom of this slide, I count 4 parking spaces to the right of the entrance that you back out onto that small street there, correct? And it looks like maybe there was one eliminated based upon what I can see in the aerial photo. And then you're counting also the parking on the in the service drive as well, which looks like you've restriped to add a space or 2 in there. Is there any possibility to make the right side of that parking as it sits facing the street a more a better condition? You know, do you need all those? Do you need those four spaces? You know, it just seems to me that one possibility would be to add another space in the lot, and you would lose 3 spaces there if you could continue the sidewalk that is to the left of the entrance across that somehow. And I don't know if it could match up with the sidewalk on the other side of the service alley, which there is one there, or what, but it just seems like there's a real opportunity there to make an improvement to the site plan.
I think the current approach was to impact the existing parking as minimal as possible. I do think that, having all the parking run up and down, and taking those 4 spaces and integrating them into the parking bays that run up and down would be cleaner, that's for sure. We can certainly take a look
One
at
could
that.
conceivably get maybe even some landscape in there or something. It seems like a particularly harsh corner.
Yeah, it's what was there from the, from it clearly represents what's existing. And if your recommendation is to, as we work on the site plan, to consider that, and I think that's a very valid request.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Then seems that we're ready for deliberation, so we can shift gears. We've made a number of comments here and, or questions. I'm not sure if anyone feels really strongly about any of the suggestions that we were hoping to move forward on regarding the elevator shifting or further study and understanding of the acceptability of a variance for the stairs and practicality of doing something that's more on the interior, enclosing the connector at the attic in glass rather than something solid. And all of those things I think could help and the site work that we've talked about. I think all of those things could help improve the project. And so I'd be curious to hear from board members what you think is most critical, if not all of them.
One comment that I have before, and I wonder what what you all think of this too, but I think in this packet that we have, there's a good documentation of the history from the study, but it doesn't go down to the level of showing the existing conditions to the level of information that we need. So it makes it difficult for us to comment. And Matt, you brought that up about the site plan, right? And I think we have the same condition for the building to understand for building 12 and building 12A to the north. We heard, they're going to keep certain elements of the interior, but I think it would be really helpful to have an existing condition site plan and then buildings plans to see what are they retaining and where have they identified in their treatment approach to each of those. So look at it from a preservation perspective. Here are the existing elements, their level of significance and the integrity they have. And so here's what our approach is to working within that context, and provide the information that way, because it's difficult to know what the implications are and what the impact of the changes without that information. And I think the last time we toured the campus has been a couple of years, so it's been a while since we've seen this building, and certainly we haven't looked at it at the detail. And then there are some just basic code things that I asked questions about that I'm wondering, and I think it would be good for the applicant and their architect to really find a way to check that out if they are doing that level of modification, if they will be able to do that, because even just a slight change in the height of this elevator shaft that they're proposing, or changes to enclose a stair, could make a big difference in the building. And maybe there's a cleaner, simpler way to go in surgically. Maybe it's in that 12A building. Maybe it's taking out that stair and putting in a smaller, more efficient stair than that communicating stair, and putting in a stair and an elevator there. Or maybe the elevator moves all the way to I think north is up. North is to the right on this plan. There's no north arrow here, but north is to the right. So if you move the elevator all the way to the north, up against the wall of building 12A, then you could combine that enclosure and just think a little more cohesively about how this building works with its existing fabric and the uses that you're proposing. It just feels like there's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, but none of it makes it cohesive. I think it needs to be thought a little more holistically through.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Gretchen.
Yeah, I would agree with everything Gretchen said, and specifically, this has to come back to us, and I think it's a tricky problem. This building, unlike a lot of the other more institutional buildings at Walter Reed, has a different kind of scale and level of detail that from what we've seen in other buildings, some of the larger buildings. And so I think that there's probably a commensurate need for that to be reflected in some of the things that are being proposed. Specifically, I'm not convinced of the glass enclosures. I think there's ways to make a material distinction that makes it look different than the original building, but not do it in all glass, which I think would actually, no matter how small it is, be visually jarring. And I also find the lean-to character of the cafe area or the outdoor, what was it called there? They all had a name for it. I don't think that's something one would expect to see in a compatible building at Walter Reed. I think a more deliberately hierarchical assemblage of elements and things that could describe something like that would be something to take a look at. It could still have a fair amount of glass, but it probably ought to have a little bit more of the sort of language of things that one sees that are also mentioned in the design guidelines for Walter Reed. I think it needs a site plan, and I think maybe a landscape architect to help with that. I think the parking is a real opportunity to make an improvement over on that edge, instead of leaving it the way it is, which seems like, one day the military just came and paved over to get a few spaces. It doesn't seem like a very intentional thing. And I think if you went back, like Gretchen said, and looked at the history of everything there, you would probably find a much better kind of relationship between that service area and the rest of the campus. And it probably could use some planting and things as well that would help to screen some of the service areas in the back, as well as the stuff that faces out onto, 12th Street out there as well. So I do think it needs a landscape plan that also perhaps speaks to, has some exhibits to show the impact of this landscape relative to your perception and experience of the building, to the principal public spaces, which are, I guess it's Butternut and 12th, I think would be really helpful. One other thing, if you come up the front door off of Butternut, is there a way to walk around the side to go into what I think they're saying is now the entrance over by the elevator, or do you still go in that entryway there? I think some clarification there would be helpful. I think there's a number of these things, and I think this is a tricky little problem. I don't think this is something that, I think there's a lot of little nuances here that are, interesting tripwires in a sense. So I think some reflection, some embracing of the direction that Gretchen's outlined, I think would be really helpful.
All right. Any other comments? All right. Then rather than take a vote on this today, we'll ask that the applicant address the board's comments and come back to us with further detail and resolution on the issues that we've raised. So please work with staff to continue to evolve this, and we look forward to seeing it come back to us at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you
We're
very much.
slight-
Thank you.
Thank you. We're slightly ahead of schedule. Let's take a 5-minute break and then come back with our last case in Walter Reed at 7144 13th place. 13th place. So we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Thanks.
All right, we're back to resume our hearings today and pick up with our case at 7144 13th Place Northwest. Is staff ready to present?
Madam Chair.
Excellent.
This application proposes, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Okay. This application proposes large mechanical enclosures, one on the ground on the east side of the building and a couple on the roof. They collectively partly encapsulate original mechanical enclosures that were constructed of concrete to match that of the rest of the 1955 building. The west side of the building will be seen by more visitors than the east side, its original front, and it's there on the west side that the enclosure will stand on the ground, especially conspicuous from the north. More problematic is the rooftop, which is seen from various vantage points. There, tall screening begins to encapsulate the original penthouse, and yet the mechanical still extends well above the screening, becoming a focal point when viewed from any distance. It may be that the HVAC needs of a large laboratory building necessitate such interventions, but the proposal can't be said to be unquestionably compatible. So the staff is simply requesting the board's direction on the matter.
Okay. Is the applicant ready to present?
Yes, hi, this is Kim Dealer from Traceries. I believe Charles Weinstein is on as an attendee. If he could be elevated to panelist, he will introduce our project. That's possible. Okay, Charles, I think you're okay to start us off. Charles, if you're talking, you're muted. Okay, there you go. Oh, no, Charles, you're still muted.
Okay.
There we go.
I think we're all together now. I'm Charles Weinstein, Executive Vice President of Children's National Hospital and the Chief Real Estate Officer. Thank you for this opportunity to come in before the board. I just wanted to give a moment or two of some background information. When Children's National received this property from the United States Army, it was by virtue of legislation signed by President Obama. This was a very special kind of carve out that they made to the rest of Walter Reed to enable the hospital to use this building for its originally intended purposes. And so it is the case that this is the only building that Children's National actually owns outright in the District of Columbia, and it has been transformational. We started the work in 2018, and by the middle of 2020, in the face of COVID, we were able to reach substantial completion, and we've now moved hundreds of our research scientists into the building. We've also taken building 52, which was an ambulatory care building, and turned it into primary care for Ward 4. And this is really a tremendous opportunity for the ward because it's the only pediatric practice now in this neighborhood. It's important to us that everyone understand that when we move people into this building from our main campus on Michigan Avenue, it gives us the further opportunity back at the hospital to take that recaptured space and turn it into additional clinical beds. We have 323 beds, and we really desire to be a 375 bed hospital. I'll just note anecdotally that this week we were awarded once again by U.S. News and World Report a top 5 in the nation designation. And our NICU, our neonatal intensive care unit, was named number 2 in the country. So getting more beds is very important because we are a magnet for young children throughout this entire region and literally across the country. The beds and this campus are a tremendous economic creator of jobs in the district, and we don't want that to go unnoticed either. The phased nature of our project is that we have occupied all but the north end of Building 54. And I'd like to further point out that of all the new development on the Walter Reed campus, we're the only entity that is continuing to use the buildings for their historic purpose. This building was the Army Institute of Pathology, and we are still doing research in that building. However, it's the 21st century and not 1955, and the life science that went on then is very different from the needs of life science that goes on now. It is vital to the operation of the building that these exhaust systems and mechanical systems be of a nature so that they can be used by our researchers. And I'll allow my colleague at Alkes Manfredi to explain in greater detail why it's important that these exhaust stacks are so vital to our design. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Charles. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Jacob Kane with Alkes Manfredi Architects. Next slide, please. It's a pleasure to meet with you today to share with you the next chapter in Children's National's vision of creating a world-class Center for Pediatric Research and Innovation on the historic Walter Reed campus. Next slide, please. When Children's National acquired the 12-acre site and its 4 buildings, it was in a state of disrepair. The 3 historic buildings and the parking garage had been modified extensively by the Army, had been outdated, porous envelopes, outdated systems, and could not be occupied in their current condition. Next slide, please. The largest of the 3 buildings, Building 54, the former Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, designed in the 50s of solid cast-in-place concrete with its concrete iconic board-formed checkerboard pattern, designed to withstand an atomic bomb blast, lacked daylight, and posed a formidable challenge in the mission to make this an inspiring place to work and innovate. And so the first chapter reoriented the campus. The east side of the building seen here, 13th Place, becomes the heart of the campus. The former loading dock entrance is now the main entrance to the building, seen here on the bottom right. The southern portion of the building, the 1970s steel addition, was renovated to introduce daylight to both the podium levels. The south face on the upper levels, 3 skylights were introduced to make the building more inviting. The solid public facing west facade remained as such and will remain as such in perpetuity as we move forward. Next slide, please. Completion of that initial chapter brought these buildings into the 21st century while also adhering to the National Park Service standards, while incorporating new systems and technology, all the while restoring the original uses. Building 52 on the upper left is now home to a 24 exam room, Children's National Pediatric Primary Care Clinic, serving the surrounding Ward 4 community daily. Building 53, the 300-seat auditorium, restores the original Post Theater to be a vital resource, providing a place for sizable gatherings and events in the community. The Rumbaugh Garage was restored and now provides the district's largest rooftop solar array, feeding power back into the community. And Building 54 in the bottom right now is home to the Children's National Research Institute Center for Genetic Medicine, Johnson & Johnson J-Labs, and Virginia Tech, beginning to provide the home for a pediatric innovation ecosystem that will no doubt lead to breakthroughs that will impact countless lives in the future. Also, the site was renovated to provide 21st century infrastructure and a landscape open space that now provides the heart to the campus. Next slide, please. The next chapter focuses on the northern historic portion of Building 54. The exterior concrete will be restored, its roof replaced, and its mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire alarm, and fire protection systems upgraded to meet current life safety codes and standards. New cooling towers will be introduced at grade on the northeast corner, adjacent to the existing cooling towers, while additional standby emergency power generators will be introduced in the loading dock enclosure on the east side of the building. These are introduced in order to support life science research and the primary care clinic. Next slide, please. On its rooftop, new screened air handler systems will be introduced, providing robust infrastructure that will offer the flexibility to support the needs of contemporary life science research. With its stringent requirements for airflow, filtration, air quality, and acoustics, these systems provide the flexibility for the changing nature of life science research for the building. Next slide, please. Obsolete and unscreened existing systems seen on the upper left will be removed and replaced. New screens will be introduced, building on the tectonics established in the initial phase seen below in the bottom left image, were completed in the previous phase. Screens will conform to the district's zoning criteria, while conforming also to the one-to-one setbacks. On the images on the right, you see on the top right image, that is the north-south section, with the two larger air handlers on the roof, feeding the system, the building vertically down to the lower levels. The bottom right image is the east-west section, where we've located the mechanical systems toward the center of the building so as to minimize any sight lines and conform to that one-to-one setback requirement. Next slide, please. On the east elevation, several additional windows will be introduced at level 3 in the spirit of those already introduced in the earlier phase on levels 4, 5, and 6, in the spirit of introducing additional daylight into the building. Along the north elevation seen in the bottom image, the sole windows, which originally provided daylight to the offices beyond the historic bomb blast doors, will be rehabilitated to once again provide access to daylight and critical workspace. Next slide, please. The solid nature of the west elevation will remain, with rooftop screens set back and in the spirit of the established materiality from phase 1, seen on the upper right. Next slide, please. From Alaska Avenue, the building is relatively set back and obscured by existing heritage trees and vegetation. The former entrance at 14th Street, seen on the bottom left, will be eventually closed by the State Department, creating a cul-de-sac on the west side for future embassies to be located here. And so the visibility and density of vegetation is likely to increase over time. Next slide, please. The following slides offer a vantage point comparing the existing current state and the proposed addition. Here, a view from the southeast corner with the existing condition on the upper image, the rooftop systems primarily seen on the bottom right image, and that cooling tower enclosure just adjacent to the existing ones near the solar array. Next slide, please. Here, a view from Alaska Avenue, comparing existing and new. We'll move to the next slide here. This offers a better sense of the screen enclosure without the vegetation, simulating kind of the winter conditions. And here we've screened those units according to the zoning standards, trying to minimize the height of the enclosure while also stepping back at the center portion from a massing perspective to allow that massing to be articulated. And then the last slide is a view from Fern Street. Next slide, please. This view is from Fern Street. This is the real entrance from the north to the site. Here in the foreground, you see the cooling tower enclosure, which will follow, as I mentioned, the materiality and tectonics of the screens that have been established in the prior phase. And so we thank you for your time. And look forward to your comments.
Thank you. Any questions from board members?
Just to be clear, that in your sequence, the proposed is always on the bottom of these?
I think that's correct, yes.
Okay, so could we just scroll back to the views so we can just make sure we understand that? Go back to the first views there. Okay, so the proposed is on the bottom in this one.
Correct.
Okay. All right, just go through them forward. Make sure we understand this. That was backwards, but that's okay. What the heck?
It's just a matter of perspective.
That's right. That's right. Architects are good at seeing things reverse image anyhow. So.
Upside down and backwards.
Upside down and backwards, yes. Dyslexia is common in our profession.
That's true.
Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful. Thank you very much.
All right. Other questions? All right. We don't have anyone registered to speak on this, so if there are no questions from the board, then we would shift into deliberation. Are we ready? Okay. All right. I think this is such a critically important campus and provides such a huge benefit to the city. I'm glad to be able to support this. I think that the attention to minimizing the appearance of this additional equipment has been done in a way that's responsible and helps to make this compatible despite the fact that it is necessarily large. I think you've approached this in a way that I'm in support of and find compatible.
I agree.
I agree too.
Okay. All right. So then with that, I will make a motion to approve the submission.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Great, the motion carries. Nice work.
Thank you. You've been very
Thank you.
gracious with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you so
Sure.
much for your attention. Thank you.
Sure.
Onward.
Thank you.
Great.
It's always amazing how big mechanical systems are in hospitals, right? Look at all
Yes.
mechanical.
Look at how dense the plans are.
I know, right?
Well, yeah, and in actual fact, kind of sometimes having a kind of interesting roofscape actually of lots of different elements makes them okay, you know, I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
And it
A
just
Pompidou
helps you to
Center.
understand what is really happening in that building, distinguishing it from other
Yeah.
office buildings.
Yeah.
So we've reached the point of our lunch break and we are scheduled to come back at 12:45. So we have a nice long time. I'm fine to take that break and allow people to eat and catch up on.
Go for a walk. Wow.
Right, you could. Yes,
Stand up.
it's not raining right now. So yeah, enjoy the break and we'll be back at maybe we can try for 12:30.
Sure.
To move us along. So we'll come back at 12:30. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's 12:30, and we're now ready to resume our afternoon hearings. For today, do we have the applicant on the line? And is Amania here? Oh, I see her.
Chair Heath, I do believe we have the applicant on.
Okay. Perfect. And I see Amania now. So if you're ready, Amania, you can start.
Okay, 1 second.
Mm-hmm. Sure, take your time.
In the meantime, I don't see the next slide up on the screen.
Are you looking for one of the project slides, or is this title slide?
I guess this one's fine. I was hoping for the next slide for just to show the project.
All right, there you go.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, Amania.
Okay, I'm sorry, my phone was just a little off. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Imania Price, and this project is in the Anacostia Historic District. The address is 1519 W Street Southeast. The owners, Rami and Ashley Whitfield, with plans prepared by Mark Lawrence, seek a concept review for a second-story roof addition on a house in the Anacostia Historic District. It's 1519 W Street is a one-story brick property built in 1933 by Johnson McFrederick, and it is featuring a simple Tudor revival architectural elements with a steep front gable roof and a crossover gable over the side wall. The flat front facade features a small projecting entrance bay with a steep gable roof and 3 historic wood windows. And the building is uniquely situated on a double lot with a raised berm set back from the street. The proposal calls for the demolition of a majority of the existing roof and the construction of a one-story rooftop addition. The plan proposes 2 large dormers on each side of the steep gable roof. The dormers will be set back approximately 12 feet from the front facade and extend over the rear elevation by 10 feet. The addition will be set behind the existing chimney and retain the profile of the existing side gable within the dormer. The addition would be clad in either shingle or metal paneling, and the wood windows on the front facade would be repaired and retained, with existing windows along the side elevation being replaced with aluminum clad windows. For most instances, a rear addition is the best way to add extra space on a historic building without altering its character, and constitutes a majority of the proposals that come before the board. When certain design principles are met, such as retaining architectural features, being subordinate to the massing, and appropriate material, the board has approved rear additions. It's difficult to design a compatible rooftop addition after and additions that typically alter significant features of a building, such as the roof line height and design of the surrounding buildings and overall form and mass. In limited circumstances, additions on top of a building can be achieved, whether they're invisible or not prominently visible from the street and don't result in removing important architectural features of the building or the streetscape. The proposal does not meet many of the prescribed design principles for compatibility with a rooftop addition. While the addition is set back from the front 12 feet, it will be highly visible from W Street and fundamentally change the volume and roof line of the house. The removal and construction of the roof will result in a loss of significant architectural roof features, and particularly with the particularly steep gable roof, the characteristics of the architectural standing seam, the style home, and the addition will engulf the freestanding side gable. So it is really taking a lot of the roof line with this addition. The cladding of a roof addition and standing seam seems to visually highlight the addition to the roof feature as not a part of the original massing, which could be indication of it not being historically replicative, which is not necessarily a preservation issue, however, or concern. However, a lot of times, especially with Anacostia, it's important to maintain traditional materials such as shingling, which is also an option. HPO recommends that the board find the concept incompatible with the historic district and revise the concept to retain more of the roof framing and locate the addition primarily to the rear, but also we recommended that the side gable nearest to the neighbor is also less prominent, so it could possibly encompass more of the addition. I'll leave it there and then allow the applicant to go through their presentation, and look forward to discussion later.
All right, thank you, Amanya. Is the applicant ready?
Yes.
Perfect, you can go.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think Ashley Whitfield's here as well, so she might want to speak after I do the go through the presentation. I believe she's on the video call. Thank you for your time today. Wanted to present the proposal for 1519 W Street on behalf of Raimi Gadamosi and Ashley Whitfield. They purchased the home late last year and have relocated to Washington from South Africa. Raimi is the chair of fine arts at the Chadwick Boseman College of Fine Arts at Howard University, and Ashley is the head of public programs at the Phillips Collection. They have purchased this home in this community that they love. It's a beautiful home, and I think it has a lot of character that we are trying to restore. They have 3 boys that are young, and they need additional space. So that's sort of the driving factor in the proposal and alteration to the building. Next slide, please. Showing some photographs of the existing building, starting from the left. What we're calling the north facade is the sort of front of the building facing W Street. You can see the middle image showing the kind of view from the side yard and the gable that is in discussion along with the chimney. And then the photo on the right is the south facade or backyard view from the backyard of the building. Next slide, please. Also taking some views from vantage points across the street along W Street and at the intersection to see the exposure of the house. There is some landscaping obviously in front. I know that part of the plan is to kind of trim that back so that the front of the house can be seen more prominently, but you can get a sense of the scale of the neighbors. There is a bit of topography along this street, so our house kind of sits lower than some of the neighboring properties to the west, although it's roughly about the same height. Next slide, please. Just showing a site plan locating 1519 with neighboring buildings and not far from the Frederick Douglass home, which is kind of to the west and south. Next slide, please. Showing setback requirements. We are in compliance with we've had a PDRM with zoning, so our proposal meets requirements for zoning setbacks. Next slide, please. Plans of the existing house. Basement plan is on the right. There is a stair that is from basement to first floor and from first floor to second floor that we are going to relocate and rebuild. It's a very small winding stair. It's not code compliant, and it's but it does access the existing second floor, which in its entirety is less than 500 square feet. The stair is located in a place kind of not conducive to laying out a number of additional rooms there, and the space, the existing space is quite small for the program needed. Next slide, please. Here you can see a section. We're showing a plan on the left of the second floor with this, and then a section on the right showing the existing slope of the roof. And so there's the roof slopes from there's a 7-foot flat ceiling that slopes down to 5 feet. So our proposal looks at creating dormers on either side to provide additional space for bedrooms and bathrooms. Next slide, please. The proposed floor plans, there's some minor alterations in the basement in terms of laundry. There's an existing bathroom there currently, but being refurbished, and then providing a bedroom for guests. And then relocating the stair to a more centralized place in the plan so that it can do a few things. One, provide larger space for the existing kitchen, and kind of providing access to the center of the proposed addition to access bedrooms and bathrooms. And so our in plan on the second floor, we're showing the dormers kind of pop up from the existing roof just behind the chimney and then extend out over the back. And then that it's a 1-story addition on the second floor, supported by columns, and kind of creating a covered outdoor space to the backyard on the first floor. It was important to Ashley and Raimi that they preserve as much of the backyard space as possible. It's also, because it is on a slope and on the downward end of that slope, there's quite a bit of water runoff that comes down the hill and comes into their existing basement. And so we wanted to kind of minimize new footings and foundations along that rear yard. Next slide, please. Just showing the required height limit and just relationship to adjacent buildings of 40 feet. We are the addition we were proposing matches the existing roof line and maintains that roof line throughout. Next slide, please. We've been looking at a series of different kind of massings or hats to the project, and working with staff at HPO to come up with a solution that sets back the massing from the street 12 feet, as Amania mentioned, but maintains kind of a single volume on either side that extends out the back. Next slide, please. So here you can see the massing of the proposed addition on the second floor that sits back from the face of the building and extends out beyond the rear face of the building. Next slide, please. Elevations from W Street at the top, looking at the addition, and then side elevation from the east side of the building, showing the massing extending beyond the rear face of the existing building. Next slide, please. The top drawing here is the view from the south elevation, rear yard, and then west elevation. Next slide, please. And then testing what that starts to look like from across the street, the same vantage points. We've made sure that we've made the trees transparent so you can see through them, but you can kind of see the impact of the massing from all vantage points. Next slide, please. And then a section showing the relationship of the existing roof and new roof on the left, and then a longitudinal section showing relationship of stairs and the addition extending out the back and supported on columns. Next slide. We, it's concept review, but we are starting to think about and talk about materiality, and we wanted to be sensitive to the existing materials. And so we were looking at two approaches, one where we're looking at metal, one where we were looking at shingles. Both kind of treat the roof and sidewalls in kind of singular fashion. So east and west, and then north and south walls would be treated with something different. We're showing painted cement board panels on those smaller areas, front wall and rear wall. Go to the next slide, please. This is just a kind of precedent analysis and just looking at what a metal panel system might look like. It's a relationship of brick and a metal panel material. And then next slide, please. And then seeing that larger. Next slide, please. And then we're also looking as an alternate option is just of using shingles. So same kind of thinking about roof and walls would be treated with shingles on the roof and east-west walls, but then front and back or north and south walls would have painted metal panel. Next slide, please. Then you can see that example, shingles being treated in that regard, but roof line stays the same along the peak of the roof in terms of its height. And I think, is there one more slide that shows both of them again, potentially? I think that's all we have. I think Ashley Whitfield is present, and I think she wanted to, if she can be elevated so she can speak, if that's appropriate, that would be great. And happy to answer any questions.
Was she going to speak, or are you ready for questions now?
We can do questions now if that's the appropriate next step. I just know that she wanted to join and give her.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Ashley here. Hi. I was trying to unmute myself in the webinar format. This is my first time with the Cisco WebEx, so forgive me. Hopefully you'll be able to see me saying hi. Hello. I'm Ashley Whitfield. Nice to meet you all. I've been looking forward to this meeting for quite some time. I have 3 little boys, and they love running around in the garden. That's why we bought the house. In fact, our options in DC were quite limited. We wanted to make sure that the boys had a place to run around, and turns out that Anacostia is the perfect neighborhood for us, because not only do we have a garden, but we're not too far from the river, and also just part of a community that we really love. So for us, this is all about making sure that the boys are they're getting older, they are fighting with each other more. And in order to be able to live in a space where they can both have access to outdoor space, we recently moved here from Johannesburg for my partner to be able to take up a position at Howard. We wanted to preserve that their kind of enchantment with the outdoors, and also be able to be in a home where they can have their own room. So, you know, we did our research and found El Studio, hoping that we can find a way to do this. I thought it was important to be able to share the intention behind the project. It's definitely not a vanity one. Quite frankly, if we could just move into a ready-made house that had like enough bedrooms for boys and outdoor space that was also affordable in the DC landscape, then we would do that. What we're trying to do here is just give our boys a lovely childhood. And that's really what this project is about. And we've spent quite a bit of time working with Melania over the past several months to get her feedback and to make accommodations accordingly. And we hope that all of those things are reviewed and taken into consideration. So anyway, I'll stop rambling now. Thank you very much for your time, truly. And I'm also quite happy to answer any questions as to the motivation and our initial intent for this project.
Okay. Thank you. So a question back to the architect. I mean, obviously you've seen the staff report, and so you know the staff's position, and for good reason, they've taken that position. I'm curious if you've really done a thorough review of the Anacostia Historic Guidelines, and if so, how you think this addition is compatible. That's really what we're here to talk about.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, our goal is sort of balancing the needs of the client and trying to integrate a new addition to the home that preserves it as much as possible. And I think the issue, and you know, we've been working with Amania, and we understand the report. And I think one of the things that we want to focus on, or it seems like the big focus here might be about the area of addition over the small gable on the east side of the building. It seems like that's one of the places where there's some issue. We've tried to make a backdrop for that small peaked roof, so the new addition kind of reads as a you know, something beyond or behind that, so it maintaining that shape as it exists. And we've talked with the client about, and I think there's maybe a opportunity for discussion that right now we're showing an addition that has a roof that's symmetrical on both sides, and perhaps it doesn't have to be. Perhaps it can set back more on one side than it can on the other. And so we decided to, you know, present today to get the feedback from the board and have that discussion.
Okay. I think your issue here, and the board will weigh in more, but it's not just the east side, it's the entire addition that in no way looks subservient to the historic structure. And so that's why I mean, that's a big part of what the historic guidelines prescribe for residential buildings in Anacostia. You showed some studies of that look like roof addition models that you prepared. Do any of those, once applied, represent something that's more diminutive?
Most of those in the initial stages were really responding to, and most of those kind of sit, yeah, there you go. A lot of those sit on the existing home and are closer to the front of the street. So when we first approached the project and talking to the clients and trying to understand the needs. I mean, they really wanted to use the existing footprint of the house, and it's an economic issue to kind of use the walls that they have, because the second floor is the same size as the first floor, but more than half of it is not usable, obviously, because of the steep roof. So we initially actually looked at something that took more of the roof and gave more back to the second floor. After then having met with Amania, we talked about, she kind of talked about some of the concerns that she had, and we moved the addition back to preserve some of the roof at the front, but also allow for something new and different to occur.
Did you look at shifting it further back so it is demolishing less of the existing roof?
We
and
did
really making it more of a rear addition?
Very early in the process, we did an initial study that showed a kind of extrusion, a 2-story or even 2-story plus basement extrusion at the rear. There was concern from the client on a number of things. One is preserving as big of a rear yard as possible. The reason they bought the house is that they love this big yard and they want to maintain that. It's also a cost issue, building a kind of it's likely that would need to become a 3-story addition. We know that there's a lot of water coming down the hill at the backyard, and we know there's a lot of pressure on those foundations already. And so we were trying to be kind of light as the columns land in the yard, and as opposed to footings and bigger structural pieces. So those are all the considerations that we took into account in terms of what you see today.
Okay. And one last question, then I'll see if my colleagues have questions for you. But did you engage with HAPS and the ANC?
We did. We met with ANC, and we've reached out to neighbors. We've got I think 3 or 4 letters of support from neighbors, and we got support from the ANC. We just reached out to HAPS more recently, and they have already seen the report from staff, and so they're taking the position of the report.
Okay. Yeah, engaging with HAPS early is always advisable, just because they provide such an Anacostia contextual perspective on architecture that is highly valued. And so they always have their own position, but it is always from the perspective of what is most compatible with this district that they know really well. So yeah, they're here today, so we'll hear from them.
Great.
But any other questions from board members?
I don't know. I thanks, Chair Heath. I keep thinking about looking at what are the character defining features and what makes this a contributing building within the Anacostia Historic District. And one of the things that's really nice about this historic district is there's a lot of variety in terms of residential buildings. And this is sort of a unique one because it's not a flat front with a porch with steps that come down the middle. It's a beautiful little property and a beautiful home. And I could see why you would be attracted to it with the yard and its setting and the neighborhood. But in thinking about, and it sort of repeats, I think, Monique, your line of questioning and thinking about what are the character defining elements, the roof plane and the entirety of that roof plane is really a strong feature because of the shape and placement of the building within the historic district. It really is a strong contributing element. And I know as a part of sort of curating and caring for that community and its heritage, and which is important to you as well as making sure your family can stay there. I know that that it can be challenging. I just wondered if I guess Marnie, you've already asked the question about additions that aren't over the existing property. If that was something that could have been considered or that you looked at. I think Mr. Lawrence, you said you looked at that early on with your clients.
I did.
Yeah.
And
I'd be happy to speak to that. Yeah, for sure. That was one of the first things. Yeah, absolutely right. We want to make sure that the house is, you know, part of the community. This is important to us.
No doubt.
The thing that strikes me is that, as you said, there's such a variety of. I don't know enough about how things are built. I know that the part of our road is new to the historic district as well. It's on our street alone. There are different types of properties. So there is that. But I want to be really frank. Building an addition to the back of the house is simply cost prohibitive for my family. We work in the arts. We're not, you know, we have kind of scraped up together to work with these fantastic architects, but we're not a family in Cleveland Park or in Georgetown who can just build this huge addition in the back. And we're trying to, like I said, our kids are GCPS students. We're not, you know, in Anacostia sending our kids over to, you know, the school in Bethesda. I'm sharing all of these things with you because we're trying to make our life work in Anacostia, be sensitive to the building, and we were sure to make sure that we work with architects who have been noted for being able to do that. So yes, we absolutely explore the option. If there was a way to get a subsidy for about, I don't know, $500, $600, $700 to be able to do that, then that would be great as well. But there are these also considerations that we're, you know, so I guess for me the objective would be that if this type of roof addition would not be plausible, what would be within the remit? And I'm asking that question in part because we did work with Imania in February and had very seriously for feedback. This was not the first. This was certainly not the first plans that were shown, and plans were remade. And we, you know, made that commitment financially to alter the plans based on those recommendations of thinking about what are the strong components, the strong features of the home, and how can we make sure all of those we were taking into consideration by pushing it back. So, you know, again, this is completely new to me. This is really great here. And I guess again, my question would be, if not this, then what when it comes to a suggestion? What would be something that would be plausible? Also, because look, we just committed quite a bit of money to try to clear up a rain issue because this house, the way that it was built and how it was built, is not compatible with the environment. So literally the rain that's coming down from our neighbor's home has in the backyard a slab of concrete. So when it rainy days like this, they come from straight down and into the foundation of our home. This was not something that was taught during the inspection. We were told, oh, you know, not such a big deal. Turns out it's a very big deal. So I'm also very reluctant to build now 3 stories on top of that type of situation. And I also like to note that our home is overlooked, not by a lovely line of other historic properties, but by a large Unity healthcare system suite, and also an alley that has been completely overlooked by our city for district for quite some time. And the reason why I'm sharing that is because I'm thinking about the atmosphere of the spaces as well, and how the impact that it has for our surrounding neighbors, one of which is Unity Healthcare. So you know, the key thing for us is we definitely are interested in want our home to reflect, and that's one of the things that has drawn us to the property. And also, we kind of make a life in DC. So please you know, if this isn't gonna be it, and if you can tell us what would be, that would be really helpful too. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, we're very sensitive to all of those issues. Unfortunately, our purview is very narrow within the Historic Preservation Review Board, and it really deals with compatibility. We can't design something for you here at the dais, but we will talk about what it will take to create something that is compatible and approvable. Again, I highly recommend working with HAPS as an advisor, in addition to working along with Amania on what will be appropriate, but we'll continue to talk about that as we go through the meeting, and the board will make some recommendations in the end. Any other questions? Did you have any follow-up questions, Gretchen?
Yeah, thank you for asking. I wondered if I could ask a question of Amania about what you have offered in terms of what might be more compatible or what could be considered as a compatible opportunity within not only the variations that we've seen for rooftop additions, but have you talked about other opportunities about what could be compatible in this environment, just so we're not redundant with things that you might have already offered?
Yeah, of course. So, like the applicant said, we've kind of been toying around with the amount of alterations to the roof line and how the client can get the roof line to remain as intact as possible, or at least as not impacted. So following the roof line pattern, pulling it back, they kind of inset that side gable. And so we were just trying to think of ways to provide the client with what they were looking for while also trying to be sensitive to the property. The issue is just that at the end of the day, the addition is very visible, and it does alter a character defining feature of a contributing building in a historic district. And so the best, or I think the most impactful solution that I saw was to move the addition towards the rear so that it's a bigger addition. It could be more like a camelback or something that would be a little bit larger, but it would have less of an impact on the existing roof line or the main property. As you've heard, there are some issues with moving that back there. So the only other conversation we had was maybe enlarging the other dormer on the right side, and trying to maybe having a heavier dormer on that side versus on the more visible side, even though in general it's in a wide lot, so it's all going to be visible from the street. It's really just going to change the fundamental kind of impact on the property. So it's a difficult building that we have, but we've kind of, I think this is kind of where I wanted them to bring to the board I try to provide as much as I could, but having some other ideas thrown in there from the board, I thought would be a good start at this where we are right now.
Since we're talking about visibility, is it okay to move the slides to the views from the street? I think that might help the discussion. Keep going, please. Sorry, other direction. Well, because we've actually modeled. Yeah, if you keep going, you'll see we've modeled that. And Amania, thanks for your comments. I appreciate that. Yeah, this one. There's a visibility question, and I don't know if this helps the discussion, but as Amania is sort of alluding to, there's a lot of weight on view one, where, and this is one piece of it, but obviously as you walk down W Street, you'll see the addition in its relationship to the dormer on that side. So I think where Amania might be headed is that we treat one side differently than the other to accommodate more of the existing roof on one side, but still open to discussion and questions, obviously.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So, the house sits asymmetrically in the lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
the house to the I guess to the east is a multifamily building, is it not?
Correct.
Yeah, and it has a relatively blank facade on that side. And your setbacks indicate, if I read your diagram correctly, your required setback there is it's like, I don't know if it's slide number 5. The print. Why do architects make print so small on drawings? You know, 8 feet looks like market.
That's right.
Right. Okay. So I wonder, just by way of thinking out loud about this, and not necessarily to design it from the dais like Marnie cautioned us, but it does seem like there may be an opportunity. Have you all explored a sort of L-shaped configuration where one might enlarge that existing dormer, or make it bigger, or push it more towards the back, and have the addition go L-shaped into that larger side yard? I mean, I can understand the desire to preserve the rear yard, because that's a real valuable asset of the house. It just strikes me that there may be something there. I don't know if you all looked at that, but the house, even though the front of it is symmetrical, right? The side massing is asymmetrical, and you could possibly make the case that and continuing the asymmetry of the side is in character with the house, even though it might be larger. You see where I'm going?
I do.
Take the
Yeah.
thing from its symmetry and to make it more L-shaped to the back, so that you sort of, the logic being, well, it already has a dormer there and it's asymmetrical. We're just taking that as an idea, as a point of departure. Is that something you all looked at?
We did a little bit, and I think we were, I think that's something we can explore further. We were, that is the kind of most visible piece, and it's kind of the great and challenging aspect of the site. But we hear what you're saying, and I think there's something to be studied there. It sounds like treating the dormers on these two sides differently is maybe something we should look at.
Well, it's a sort of little picturesque house, and like a lot of little picturesque house, the symmetries of them are local. They're not necessarily, something that you find in every condition around all sides of the house. And as you move into the side and the rear yards, the character becomes something else.
Yep.
And there may be something there, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay. That's helpful.
All right. Other questions? All right, then we'll take a break from questions from the board and ask for testimony from Greta and Camille from HAPS. Do you have them on the line, Amania? No, Juliana.
Me speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Yeah, thank you very much. First, welcome to the neighborhood, Ashley. Sorry if we're not as excited as you are with the design. It's quite atypical and departing from our guidelines. So it's not really what we are used to see. And so we bring more like a perspective of what is in the guideline and also previous decision in the neighborhood. So one element factors here is the gable, the roof with a chimney. This is a very important element, architectural element of your house. And even so, the rendering we are seeing here could suggest we don't see that much. Actually, it's quite visible from the corner of 16 and W, and quickly you see well, and it's kind of like a nice composition of the house. So in principle, we have guidelines that have been developed, and And really, for contributing structure like that, the rule is to minimize demolition first. And I think the gable is an important architectural element, a roof too. And when you do addition, you stay within the massing and respect the roof line. And I think we're really departing from that with this concept. So what typically is being done in this case, and I think the same thing would be done in other historic districts, is really to build toward the back of the house. You stay within the roof line and the massing, and you just extend your house toward the back, and you've got a double lot. So I understand it's great, but double lot, it seems that you have space to do that. So double lot means it's more visible. The side of your house is more visible, but also you have more, space to accommodate your project. So really, our recommendation is very much in line with what the HPO report say, and the guideline basically say. It's really to look at the possibility of more like extending your house toward the back. The idea to have a L shape, I'm not sure could be explored, but again, I think it should be minimizing or preventing any demolition of the contributing structure, and it's not that long. So, you can't, like, if you start demolishing up to the gable, you're really like significantly altering the character of the house, So that's, I think, of course, people sometimes do a small separate. I don't know how old are your kids, but like ADU, they're like a small in the addition, that are not directly connected to the house. So you've got a few options to explore. But I think it's really like what we think here is too far from the guideline, and yeah, and even when I think, when we think in the roof addition you're proposing, there's even a proposal it seems to change the windows on the side. Like, so there's obviously a very contemporary approach to this project, but I think it's maybe a bit too bold, for us. And I think also, that's really also a message to the board. I think, we need to keep in mind, like, we're next to historic Frederick Douglass Historic Site. I hope, we treat these all historic districts the same way we would treat, Capitol Hill. So would you accept something like that in Capitol Hill? What would be acceptable in Capitol Hill? There would be no reason for us to be treated differently. So I ask that, we get the same attention. Yeah, and actually, we're more than happy to meet with Greta. I think she's traveling right now, so I'm not sure she's going to be able to talk, but she'll be back soon, and you'll see Greta. She will have a lot of ideas, and we're happy to look at that with you and see how we can, help you find the best solution. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Camille. Any questions for him?
Just one comment, Shahith, about Camille's comment about consideration being the same as Capitol Hill. I mean, like Capitol Hill, and I think, Camille, this is not what you meant, but Capitol Hill has a completely different vocabulary and context and character defining features to it than historic Anacostia, and our review is strictly against the requirements and context of the Anacostia Historic District, and the guidelines are well written for this type of scale of property. I know we've had some other challenges on some of the more commercial streets where we felt like, well, I personally felt like the guidelines aren't as strong, but I think certainly the guidelines are fairly well written and strong for residential scale and the variety of residential scale buildings in this area.
All right.
I think, one other thing too, I think, just to say, I think part of the challenge of the design as it's presented is that in making this very large symmetrical massing, which I think you would see from the street, and, it tends to potentially overwhelm the sort of character of the front of the house. And I think that's one of the things that is somewhat problematic with it. And I can appreciate that. I mean, Gretchen talked about the guidelines and Anacostia and things, but I think there are ways to deal with the picturesque nature of the bulk of the rest of the house that might do less of that.
Wanted to add as a client that happening, it's great to hear this feedback, and I want to say to Camilla, I said say of one of our neighbors as well, that we certainly want to make sure that we're contributing in a respectful and consistent way. And I think, in the short time that we've been there, the way that we contribute is to at least making sure that our environment, in front of the house, and making sure that things are as clear and clean as possible. I'll leave it at that. Is in line with the way that we would do any place that we see. For me, that was important to share, that we're not sort of trying to come in here and just rip apart something because we think we can get away with it. That's another true thing, but it's important for me as a neighbor to kind of note that I'm looking forward to the next round. So thank you for your feedback.
The other thing that I think is I don't think Monique says she lost power. She'll be back in just a minute. She's back on now. Is that I don't think that you need to think about this as an all or nothing, right? So you could have a dormer over the west side of the building and maybe take the addition that you have cantilevered from the second floor, take that down to the first floor and push the deck back out. So maybe even it goes down to the basement. Maybe you put a basement level out and build a first floor. So you have an addition, a smaller addition off the back and a smaller dormer addition. So the combination of those two smaller elements still respect, and you still have an understanding of the original property and its character defining elements and its massing. But rather than having it all be one rooftop addition or all one rear addition or all one side yard addition, maybe it's a combination of a dormer expansion on the west side and a smaller addition out the back or something that ends up being a more compatible solution. So it doesn't have to be all one thing or all another. Is Monique back? Yeah. Juliana, while we're waiting for Monique to come back, is there anyone else that was registered to speak relative to this case?
We do have Greta registered, but she's not on the line with us.
Okay, yeah, I think Camille said that she wasn't able to get on that. And Camille, I guess Camilla's muted now, but I guess I would just wonder if he was representing her comments as well.
Yes. I talked to Greta and yes.
Okay, great.
She's not able to. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Great. Yeah. Are there any questions that board members have of the applicant? Just keep it moving along here until Monique comes back. Great. So I guess as the applicant, we'll give you both an opportunity to respond to the comments that you heard from Camille and then the discussion that we had, and then we'll go into a deliberation. Hopefully Monique will be back with us by that time. During the deliberation, we don't allow any dialogue between yourselves and our board, but certainly in closing, if you have questions of us or things you'd like to ask, in addition to summing up your presentation and things that you'd like us to consider, we're open to do that too.
Great. Well, just thank you to everyone for the feedback and the discussion. And we, some of the things that we talked about, some of the reasons why we didn't build a multi-story addition in the rear yard in terms of, one, for cost, and two, from some environmental concerns. But we'll continue to look at, I think the things, there was a kind of discussion of an L shape or a discussion of treating one side differently than the other. The question of asymmetry, I think, was something that we could potentially work with as well. And then also the comment about it not having to be, all or nothing. We can look at, in terms of second floor versus first floor, we might look at a hybrid scenario that treats the east side of the house differently from the west side, but obviously preference is more massing at the rear. Just to kind of summarize the comments that I heard.
Yeah, I think you've heard well from some of the things that we have said. Yeah.
And we're obviously, before coming back, we would meet with well, of course, with Amani, but also with the folks at HAPS to get their input as well.
I think that will be really helpful. Thank you, Gretchen.
Sorry, yeah.
I lost power and internet for
Oh,
a
no.
moment. So for some reason, very strange. Right. All right. So, but I did hear you summarize, Mark, your next steps, and I think that all sounds right. So, not sure if, Gretchen, you talked about how the board would proceed, but I think based on what we've talked about today and the summary of things that they're going to work on, it makes sense to not deliberate and vote on this today, but to ask them to come back once they've made revisions. And feel free to bring options if you begin exploring and you want to show multiple solutions to the board. We're always happy to review multiple options if it's appropriate.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I thought, by the way, I just wanted to let the applicants know that I thought the perspective views are very helpful that you generated just from being on the site and walking around in the area and now seeing the views. I thought these were helpful in spite of some of the numbering and annotation being small fonts, but I thought these were really helpful. A lot of times we don't get this kind of information. And it shows that you're really considering the context of the building and its site. So that's really helpful to us. And it's a unique location. There's some strange things going on around there. So very different.
Great. Thank you all. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
All right. So our next case is in the Washington Heights Historic District at 2020 19th Street. Is staff ready to make your presentation? Andrew?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. How is everyone? How is everyone? Hope doing well. I will briefly introduce the case by pointing out that Adams School is a contributing element of the Washington Heights Historic District. It was designed by municipal architect Albert Harris, constructed in 1930, and is an excellent example of the classical revival style. The building contains a very high degree of integrity, most notably in that the entire T-shaped building remains completely intact. There have been no additions or significant alterations to the building other than a few minor window and door replacements over time. So the building is pretty much as it has been for nearly a century. The proposed modernization program consists primarily of the construction of 4 new elements: an entry pavilion, which is primarily being created to provide an accessible entrance to the school, a library, a gymnasium, and a large dormer addition on the rear. There are also interior alterations proposed that are subject to HPO's review as part of this DC government project. DCPS and DGS have determined that the proposed modernization scope fully meets their defined program needs and the anticipated increases in student population. While HPO believes that the modernization concept is fully compatible with the Washington Heights Historic District and the Adams School, and that it's consistent with the act because it involves no significant demolition and because the newly visible elements will integrate really well with the original design intent in terms of massing, scale, materials, and other details. While there are some relatively minor aspects of the design that require further exploration, and refinement, such as details of the entry pavilion and some aspects of the interior scope of work. HPO recommends that the board approve the concept for the modernization of the Adams School and delegate all remaining review to HPO. And with that, I will defer to the project team unless there are any questions of me.
All right, thanks, Andrew. We can come back to you for questions unless there's some burning questions from the board, so that we can hear from the applicant. All right, hearing none, we'll hear from the applicant and then, unless you had something, Gretchen. Okay, all right. Yeah, so we'll come back to questions after the applicant. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. This is David Bagnoli with Studio MB Architects. Tanya, do you want to just say hello and introduce yourself and Dan? Is Tanya on? Dan,
Sure.
do you want to?
I'll speak up.
You
Yeah.
want to go? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm Dan Nevitt. I'm the DGS project manager. Tanya Shand is the DCPS project manager. She'll probably join shortly. Both she and I and DGS and DCPS as the owner and client agency stakeholders are fully in support of the submission, which our project team here led by David is about to present.
Thanks,
Yes,
Dan.
I couldn't
Sorry,
unmute. This is Tanya. I couldn't unmute myself, and I just want to reiterate what Dan said, but I wanted to let you know that DCPS is represented.
Great. Well, thanks everybody, and thanks to the board and to Andrew and the Historic Preservation Office for their support as we've worked through this process with them. The school is a real cherished part of this neighborhood, and it has a lot of passionate representatives on both sides of the discussion here. And I think the presentation we're going to share with you is one that we have shared with and developed over the course of the last 4 months. We started with meeting with the Planning, Zoning, and Transportation Subcommittee of the local ANC, had a number of meetings with them to kind of walk them through what DCPS's modernization process has been, walk them through some of the impacts, the logistics of how we can build this school, which I'll get into in here in just a minute, and shared with them our preservation approach. We also have met with the full ANC. There was a resolution that you're probably aware of that we can speak to as we get further along here. And we've had multiple meetings with the Commission of Fine Arts, who are also in support of this approach, as well as with the school administrators and with the parent community, which is represented through what DGS DCPS calls the SIT, the School Improvement Team. And there's been some healthy debate about the value of interior improvements and additions versus the extent of the exterior spaces that are available. There are some complications that I'll get into here as we get through this, but it is a very complex site, which I'll speak to as we go through it. If we can go to the next slide, please. So as mentioned by Andrew, this is within the Washington Heights Historic District fully. If you look at the image on the left, the T-shaped building at the bottom left-hand side is our project. It backs up to the Wyoming. The Wyoming fronts out onto Columbia Road, and there's Shore Arms and some other notable historic apartment buildings that surround us to the north and the west. And then on the image to the right, you'll see I've called out that the Hilton Hotel, which is immediately to the south, it actually falls within the Washington Heights Historic District. It's individually listed for whatever reason. The map on the planning website doesn't include that. That's my understanding, just based on reading the resource survey, that it is part of the district, and that one is individually listed. None of the other project or buildings around us are specifically listed. We do front out onto 19th Street Northwest. And then if you know the neighborhood, Florida Avenue is just to the south. And what that means is all those loading docks, there's about 6 bays of loading into the Hilton just south of us. Next slide, please. Just a few images to kind of show the context of the building there on the top left. You can see the Hilton on the far left of the image. You can also see the adjacent apartment building that is to our north. On the rear, you see a soccer field that was installed in the last 10, 15 years. That is a turf field sitting on top of asphalt. It is a kind of walled turf field where there's no sideline throw in. It's just basically like a big hockey rink that they play soccer on. That's very valuable to the school community. And we found out in our meetings with the school improvement team that it's a real cherished part of the community and the role of sports for both the kids and the parent community. I should note that Adams is an education campus. It is not a middle school and it is not an elementary school. Oyster is the component that you all may be familiar with up on Calvert. That is goes through the 3rd grade. And here in this school, we start with the 4th grade and go through 8th grade. So as an education campus, it has 4th through 8th graders, and we'll talk about that in the plan distribution. Just a few other images, you know, the large retaining wall, terrace wall that you see there on the big image to the right, that is our property line. The stairs that you see there with the niche in the center, that is in public space, and we're trying to do our best to retain all of that, including the historic, beautifully wrought iron guardrail, handrail with those lamp posts that are original. The bottom left, finally, is just a glimpse of the far side of the auditorium, which you also see in the top center, and its smokestack, which we're going to retain. There is 22 parking spaces on the rear of the site that we will be replacing in a new location. Next slide. Just a couple of very quick slides to show the context. Those are the loading docks that I mentioned on the Hilton that is immediately to our south. Oops, can we zoom out? No, okay, fine. Can you go forward, please? There you go. Some of these taller apartment buildings immediately to our north, that's on the same side of the street. On the opposite side of the street, the buildings are slightly smaller. They're 3- and 4-story kind of stately row homes that line 19th Street. And as we go to the next slide, the 2 side streets that are within the Kalorama Historic District, the Washington Heights Historic District on California Street and Vernon Street are row houses that lead up to this. There are some additions and renovations to those that you're probably familiar with. If we go to the next slide, just a couple of quick shots of Florida and Columbia Road there that are, that's mislabeled. It says Vernon Street, I apologize, but that's the Wyoming on the bottom left. So it's a tight site surrounded by a really rich historic context. Next slide. And it's very complex in its topography. So the image on the left is very important to understand what we're grappling with. If you notice the yellow gradation to the blue, if you start at the lowest point of our site towards the Hilton, that's 19th Street in the yellow on the front. If you call that 0, by the time you get up to the high point of our lot, we are at 43 feet just at grade, and that is the access route from the alley off of Columbia Road. So 43 feet from our accessible entrance up to the point where we can service the lot, and then 85 feet at the ridge of the historic structure. Now, we worked hard with the team and the community to keep the addition below the 85 feet so that that roof dormer Andrew mentioned won't be projected above that 85 feet. Just a couple other quick points from that 0 point up to the far end of the lot. It's a 15-foot slope along that super tall wall that you see there. And it's another 9 feet to get to the terrace level from that point, and then another 3 feet to get into the school. So from the point we're coming in to the point of entering into the school, it's 27 feet. It's really important just to understand as we get into how complex this proposal is. On the right-hand side, it's really about access. There is public access onto that terrace through 2 sets of historic steps. We want to retain those. We obviously need to create an accessible entrance. And currently you can access that soccer field when the school has their gate open through that yellow arrow on the left, through a set of stairs that cascade up to the soccer field. And then the building is serviced from Columbia Road to the parking lot, and it's serviced for its cafeteria off of a shared alley that leads to a few parking spaces for each of the surrounding buildings. That kind of wedding cake stepped building on the left is the Wyoming, and the Hilton you can see there on the bottom. Next slide. Just in terms of how the site we'll be talking about the site, it is very complex. They call the terrace out there the veranda. So that's what you see in the kind of cyan. There are 4 donor trees, 2 of which were torn down by urban forestry. They weren't aware that there was 4 donor trees for a young lady, a student who had passed away, whose father notified them that they were tearing down donor trees. So they replanted 2 donor trees. So there's 2 grown cherry trees there, and 2 that are moderately grown that were replacement trees. There's a large retaining wall against the property line to the south where the Hilton is, and that holds that 42-foot rear up at that basically flat elevation where we have an existing playfield. You can see that on the right. some play space, and then a large parking lot to the north with a very small, undersized trash area. It's labeled loading and trash. There really is no loading dock. It does not meet zoning currently, and so we have to correct that as well. Next slide. Just in terms of as you can imagine, with this north-facing lot, there's a lot of shade on the south part of the site throughout the school year, and you can see spring, winter, and fall in terms of the times of day, 9 a.m. in the first column, 12 in the middle column, and 3 on the right-hand column. So for the majority of the winter, the site is in shadow, but you can see that in the spring and in the fall, that northwest corner gets more sun than anywhere else, and that's where we propose to relocate the soccer field. Next slide. And it's just talking about the conditions of our adjacent neighbors here. You can see on that slide to the left that there is a plane along 19th Street, which is defined and mirrored on either side of the site. Our veranda plane is mirrored by the facade of the buildings to the north and the Hilton's Terrace to the left on the south. And then the image on the right, both of those buildings kind of turn in and form an edge to the veranda. So the veranda is set back and pushed back to the main face of the building, which I'll show on the next slide, if you can go, please. In this slide, you see that primary facade sits majestically back from the street and elevated, again, 24 feet above the low point of the street. So that's what you see there in red. And then there is the horizontal plane of the veranda, which is matched in concept. It's not exactly aligned, but matched in concept with the terrace to the south, which defines the base from which the curved portions of the Hilton rise. Next slide. And when you put all that together, it'll be important when we come back and talk about our design approach to this. What we have is a very tight urban site that we're trying to service a lot of things for. So just to talk a little bit about what DCPS's modernization program is proposing here is the existing building has about 31,000 square feet of usable area for the school. In order to accommodate the 425 students that are projected in their enrollment increase, we need to grow the interior usable program to 56,000. That is an increase of about 25,000 square feet that we need to try to find on this lot. And so we immediately started to look at how we could do that across the building, and I'll talk to that here in just a few minutes. But I do want to talk a little bit about our analysis of this main facade. If I can go to the next slide. So as, again, Mr. Lewis alluded to, this is a very beautifully proportioned classical building from 1930. He said the original drawings are labeled 28, but suffice it to say it was just around the crash in 29 when the drawings were published was 1928. So that entry level, I talked about how low it is. There is an issue with scale and kids coming up to this building. I mentioned there's fourth graders coming up here till eighth graders. And so what we wanted to do is really understand the scale of the building. It does have a very monumental scale out through the street, as you can see from those images. And if you've ever driven by it, you know it sits proudly up on that hill. But again, 85 feet to the ridge. Next slide shows some of the analysis of the vertical elements of the property. There's an ABA relationship on either side of this main entrance. That C that you see there, and in that C becomes an element that we will play upon when we design our entry, which you'll see here in a moment. And then the letter C sits right above that little niche, which becomes an element that we also pull into our entry. Finally, as you get up towards the third level, you see there's a kind of a refinement to the ABA relationship with a smaller window above there. And if we go to the next slide, you'll see that that's defined. On the next slide, you can see that that's defined by this very strong horizontal cornice. It's labeled X. And so our alignments and our proposal ties into all of those kinds of things layering on each other. Next slide, just to talk about kind of the rich historic elements that remain within the structure. There's an existing lobby that has had plenty of conduit attached where none of us would really like it to be attached, but it does make it easier to remove it. And so there is a significant amount of additive stuff that we'll be able to take out simply and restore this lobby to its original condition, installing, of course, sprinklers and HVAC as needed. Next slide. So we'll retain that and restore that. There's also a very beautiful, quite exquisite auditorium and stage that exists on the rear. And that has this really high level of refinement on the cornice that wraps all four sides of that room with these beautiful arches. Unfortunately, the asbestos tile that is on the sidewalls, you see that kind of tan tile below the red, that's all asbestos. That'll have to get removed, but our intention is to retain the window insets and the cornice and this beautiful proscenium on the stage that you see there in the center with the apron in the front. Of course, you also see the basketball hoop that is there. And fortunately for the building itself, there's been no damage to the fact that they're shooting hoops all the time in there. And this is striped and used as the school's gymnasium. And part of the proposal is to give them a new gymnasium and to turn this into a cafetorium so that it would operate as both a cafeteria and as a auditorium with that stage, so that we can retain the use of the stage. Next slide. When it comes to the corridors, they are in reasonably good condition. They're all terrazzo. There are significant cracking in the terrazzo floors. We'll take care of all of that. We're going to retain those corridors on all levels in terms of their materiality. There's these doors that aren't quite wide enough to have 2 3-foot doors or 32-inch doors. So they're asymmetrical doors, as you can see in the top right, with these transom and side light surrounds that we'll retain. We'll probably just get rid of the doors and let that remain open where we can. And then finally, on the last slide, there are skylights that occur on the facade of the building, and they're very fascinating. They are ley lights that go down into the 3rd floor classrooms, and they've all been blocked off both at the horizontal plane of the classroom and at the angled plane of the roof. We've been told that was because during World War II, they wanted to do blackout in Washington, and so they capped those things with copper, and they've never been removed. There are also rations from the 1960s as a fallout shelter below all of this stuff, kind of hidden behind that terrace, which is fascinating as well. But our goal is to, and in between, there is this shaft of walls that lead from the skylights down to the ley lights. And so we're going to retain the skylights across the front, and in 2 or 3 cases be able to rebuild those walls and open up the ley lights in the classroom. So while most of the classrooms along this front facade will retain ley lights, they won't have the direct connection up to the walls above, to the skylights above, and I'll get into why here in just a few minutes. Next slide. So what we were trying to do is really, there's 5 key points here. One, we've got to deal with this dense urban site, not just in terms of how do you occupy the site long-term, but how do you build this? There are sensitive historic structures surrounding us, and we have concluded that the best way to do this, given the super narrow alley that you can see on the bottom left photo there, it's 12 feet wide on paper. There's a light pole that sticks about 1 foot into that alley, so it's quite tight. They do get trash trucks down there, but we do not want to be building this site from Columbia Road. So we'll be putting a crane along 19th Street so that we can build the project from the far left corner. So it is a dense urban site, and it's not growing, which we'll talk about when we get to some of the uses around the perimeter of the building. In the center, you see there is no accessible entry. Those grades make it quite complex. So to do an equitable accessible entrance, we think the best point to do that is at the far south end of the site. And then finally, we are required to maintain 100% stormwater on site in terms of stormwater management. That's complex when we have sloped roofs over such a large proportion of the site on this existing building. So wherever we can, we're going to be sneaking in green roofs and stormwater management. And that also makes it difficult to increase parking or play space beyond what we're able to show, which I'll share in just a moment. Next slide. And then how do we do this kind of increase of 25,000 square feet? Well, we're trying to utilize as much found space as we can. And so what you see there on the bottom left is the area under the terrace. We are going to try to occupy as much of that as we can. However, we have worked with Historic Preservation Office to minimize and ensure there's no penetrations through the wall towards the street on that, and just do some lighting from above through skylights. And so we'll be able to get space within that and take up some of these deep, dark kind of mechanical spaces that you see there. We'll also be able to use that attic. And in that top left photo, my colleague Markeisha Powell is a photo, she's an average adult woman. You can see there's plenty of height above her for us to occupy the attic where those skylights are. And so we will do a large dormer off the rear. And then how do we balance these historic elements throughout the building, inside and out, with this modernized program that DCPS is tasked with installing into the building? Next slide. So our proposal takes that existing condition that I walked you all through, and we look to maximize open space and create this accessible entrance. And you see the image on the right locates the gym in the rear, a new entry at that lowest level, and a dormer that is lower than that ridge that I mentioned. It's 85 feet up in the air. And if we go to the next slide, we extrude those all up to meet the mass, and we occupy as much of those spaces within the existing structure as we can. And this is what's left for us to try to fit on the site. We've elected to put the gym on the south most interior point of the site. We want to reduce any kind of potential risk towards any of those historic structures to the north and the west. It also allows us to relocate parking off of that alley on the far left-hand side of that plan, as well as put the relocated soccer field over in the sunniest part of the site. And then as we start to think about how do we deal with this front facade, we have added a terrace above our accessible entrance that is a continuation of the historic veranda, and also pushed our facade back so that we have an alignment with that principal facade of the historic structure. Next slide. And then finally, what we want to do is create an active library at that pavilion so that you can see kids. And there's something nice about walking by this building in the middle of the day and seeing kids on that veranda, and we want to encourage that. And so we're putting the library space so that it's a shared space for the whole school community. And then on the far right, you can see that we're trying to tie in heights and widths and elements from the existing historic facade that I showed you, all within the proposal you're going to see here in just a moment. Next slide. Almost done. Very quickly, we have this accessible entrance, and we've located our library over that with the gym, as I mentioned, in the darkest part of the site, in the most interior southern portion of the site, converted the auditorium and gymnasium into a cafetorium. And then on the two lower levels, we've located the elementary school program, principally on the first and second floor, and we've put the middle schoolers on the third floor in that attic dormer addition. Next slide. From a site planning perspective, you can see that the 22 parking spaces that I mentioned were existing on the right-hand side of this site plan are relocated onto the top left. At the end of the alley, that is the Wyoming, right above the word public. And we've got the gym off of that with an outdoor classroom that also provides access to and from the school for after hours. If people need to come from the west, you can also get through that library pavilion. We have academic spaces showing up in the dormer, and then play spaces and the new soccer field with the requisite zoning required loading and berth and trash over there off of the alley off of Columbia Road. Let's see, green roofs that you see there, all the kind of little green stuff happening across the site is our attempt to get 100% of stormwater management taken care of on site. We need those roofs to be green roofs, so that's what they'll be, rather than having turf roofs up there. If we were to put a turf roof up there, we would have to relocate that green stormwater treatment down onto grade, and we'd rather have all those play spaces on grade. Next slide. So just very quickly going through the massing and the elevational design of this. This is just a study model we shared with staff, and you can see that there's a projected bay entrance on the bottom left. It will become the new entry. Proportionally, it ties back to the double height colonnade that is that big C that I showed you when I did the analysis of the existing facade. And that will sit within a masonry. It'll be trimmed out in copper, you'll see here in a second, and it will sit within a masonry base of brick at the lower level and cementitious panel above. And you can see in the model, and you'll see it in the renderings too, that the existing brick wall is quite a bit higher than where we're going to be coming in. And so where the white of the brick wall stops, we'll have some kind of plane change between the upper material and the lower. And then up above, we have the glass library that looks out and has access directly to that terrace. And then on the rear, you can see that on the top right, the rear of the gym will be recessed slightly behind the pavilion, the auditorium cafetorium that has the chimney attached to it. And you can see the dormer addition on that as well. Next slide. Just some precedent of what this could look like in terms of both the glass, the dormer, and the principal entry that we're putting for that accessibility. And you'll see how this informs our design here in just a moment. Next slide. So existing materials, there is a strong reading of maroon brick and limestone with some copper detailing on the roofing. And we would like to maintain that and have a compatible color brick with a compatible color cementitious panel for our solid surfaces. Use pre-patinated copper as accents around some windows where it's important, and then the glass of the library space to contrast and allow for views of that historic structure. Next slide. So here's just a couple of elevations. That's the primary elevation there on the left. You can see the trimmed out copper entry piece with the butt glazed library above that and its relationship to that horizontal cornice that I mentioned. as well as the recessed principal entrance of the school, the historic entrance of the school. You can see that niche at the stairs on the right center of the existing structure is replicated in concept, at least, with a window that leads directly opens onto student space within, and it'll be of a similar proportion. That's just a rear elevation showing the auditorium and the new gym. Next slide. Just the side elevation of that cementitious panel in the library glass box there. Next slide. Just a couple of quick rendering views, and then I'll stop, and we have plans and other things we could refer to if you want beyond that. But this just shows that glass box, which will be treated differently in terms of color and reflectivity, sitting up and recessed back off of the terrace above the entrance, which will have much more level of detail. And, it'll be a captured curtain wall down there rather than bug glaze, and it'll have a profile of the mullions, and we'll continue to work with staff to refine that. Next slide. That's the street level view of this. There'll be, this new entrance right across from Vernon Street, and again, the copper detailing to call out that principal entrance. Next slide is just the rear elevation rendering of the gymnasium, again with the copper details around the principal windows. So with that said, I'm happy to stop and answer any questions. I should also say that my colleague Laura Hughes is on a call. She's out of town. EHT Traceries is supporting us on this, is our historic preservation consultant, and did a very nice historic resource survey on here. And she'd be available to answer any specific questions if it comes to that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do board members have questions at this time? Any questions? All right. We do have, I believe, someone from the ANC and another community member who have registered to speak. Who should be on the line today. If he's here, let's first hear from Daniel Michelson Horowitz, representing ANC 1C-01. I see you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me? I don't know if I'm on,
Well, I
on
can
video.
I see your name. I see your name.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Daniel Michelson Horowitz. I'm the ANC commissioner for 1C-01, which includes the Adams campus. I've been a resident of the neighborhood for 7 years, and I also served on the school improvement team. As you probably have on the record, the ANC has passed a resolution opposing the design, and I want to be transparent that our reasons for opposing the design are not primarily on historic preservation grounds. Nonetheless, I wanted to be here and to put my comments into the record in another forum, and to provide an update that this is not the final design. We've had some discussions with council members, and I know that objections to the design have gone to various offices, and I would ask that you hold off on making any final decisions regarding this plan until that process is concluded. But nonetheless, I just wanted to enter into the record our objections on a number of bases. The school serves a special population, and it's diverse. It's a 4 through 8, and this design takes away about 42% of the outside area in order to install that new gym addition. And I've worked with a number of parents, community members, neighbors who are concerned that with the increased enrollment at the school, that this will lead to chaos on the playground. It will lead to poor educational outcomes and wellness outcomes for the students. So that is one primary concern. We don't feel that DCPS, despite the excellent renderings from Studio MB and all the hard work that's gone into this, we don't feel that they have sufficiently demonstrated that they have considered alternatives that would include building a 2-story structure either where the current auditorium stands or where the new addition stands, and then reclaiming outdoor space where the current auditorium sits. And other creative solutions that we've proposed, we feel have fallen on deaf ears, and you know, there's a number of other concerns regarding parking at the end of a narrow alley, regarding the effect of moving the soccer field so close to neighboring high-rise residences. And so I just wanted to put our concerns on the record. You have the ANC 1C resolution opposing and calling for new designs to be presented. We don't pretend to be architects, though some of us do have experience, but we just wish that there was a sufficient opportunity for feedback and for consideration of alternative designs to meet the needs of the community in the long run. So thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. I do have a question for you. Did you say that in your engagement with the community and with the design team that you proposed some alternate locations?
We proposed that, you know, we understand that the school needs an auditorium and a gym and a cafeteria, and that currently, and you know, that it's not sufficient to have one large space. And with the needs of the school, we understand that there will need to be a new large space. But if they are to build a new gym addition, one proposal that we have heard is to build a two-story structure on that space and stack the auditorium and gym and cafeteria, and then reclaim, which would include demolition of the current auditorium to create more outdoor space for the students to play, or alternatively to build on top of the current auditorium space rather than taking up 42% of the outside space. So those are some ideas. You know, there are concerns about moving the parking to the end of a narrow alleyway, could create traffic jams, and there's other concerns. But that's, you know, the primary concern is about the removal of so much green space from the students.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that. Other questions from board members for the commissioner? All right. Thank you, Commissioner, for joining today and sharing the ANC's concerns.
Thank you.
Sure. The next person I have is Stacia Cardigal, I think. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Looks like.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Stacia Cardill. I am a DC resident for more than 25 years, and I'm also the mother to 3 children at Oyster Adams Bilingual School. I'm also a parent representative on the school improvement team. Thank you for receiving my testimony today. Oyster Adams Bilingual School is a model of dual language education in the district. We are an inclusive community of learners with more than 67% of students self-identifying as Hispanic or of Latin American origin, African American, Asian American, or 2 or more races. Our community welcomes the modernization of the Adams campus, and we are eager for it. However, our community does have deep concerns with the current design options that construct over the existing soccer field and track. The current plan under consideration builds 2 one-story structures on a small, dense urban site. Today, we encourage DCPS and DGS to amend the design currently under consideration by the Historic Preservation Review Board. The current renovation plan will reduce the children's outdoor horizontal play space 42% from its current size to just 3,150 square feet. Many parents are concerned that the current design does not provide adequate play space for the children, and other designs must be considered. Adequate outdoor space is critically important for children's health and wellness, and this is particularly true as our students are still dealing with learning loss from school closures and virtual learning during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. We appreciate that the Historic Planning Office staff has highlighted that the auditorium is one of the most decorative spaces in the school and is grand. However, that analysis does not reflect that the dimensions of the existing structure are 145% the size required under current education specifications for modern DCPS structures. In fact, the auditorium is nearly twice as large as the dimensions of the contemplated horizontal outdoor play space. Additionally, the Historic Planning Office staff acknowledged that the new gymnasium addition, quote, will be similar in volume and footprint of the original gymnasium and assembly hall. This new construction, as we were discussing, will result in a significant loss of this outdoor horizontal play space. And the track, which is critical for our middle school track team, is completely eliminated. This loss of outdoor space will occur while student enrollment is increased to have capacity to as many as 550 students from our current student population of 373. We want new design options that preserve the current size of the outdoor areas to ensure we have enough outdoor space for students. And we're extremely concerned that any construction over existing outdoor areas will negatively impact students during recess, outdoor learning, and after-school activities. The Oyster Adams Bilingual School community have raised concerns for months that the design concepts will negatively impact the outdoor space for students, including through letters sent by the head of the LSAT and the PTA, documenting concerns to the mayor, chancellor, head of DGS, and members of the city council. And I will respectfully request that the board directs its attention to the letter sent to you on June 21st from the heads of our LSAT and PTA. The Oyster Adams community has also sent more than 80 emails to the mayor, chancellor, and head of DGS requesting additional design concepts. To date, the DC government has not responded to these emails sent by parents, and we are happy to supplement the record before you today with those email communications if it is helpful to the board. Here, it is important to note that we have not issued a similar call to action to inundate the board with comments or to attend today's meeting, as our deep concerns and advocacy efforts are directed at those government entities responsible for putting forward design concepts rather than the board who conducts its review. I will also note for DCPS and DGS that advocacy efforts to date regarding the site have intentionally not included social media, traditional media, or featured first-person testimonials from students discussing how the design under consideration will impact their educational experience. City Council members Brianne Nadeau and Matthew Fruman visited the Adams site on June 14th at our request. The council members posed questions to DCPS and DGS regarding designs and whether the cafeteria could be moved into the interior of the building or be included in the new library addition, thus allowing the auditorium and gymnasium to stay as it is currently used with no need for additional construction. In addition to the ANC 1C resolution requesting additional designs, which ANC council member just spoke to, ANC 3C has also adopted a resolution requesting additional design concepts. ANC 3C covers the location of our Oyster Adams Bilingual School grades pre-K 4 through 3 through our third grade, and we are happy to supplement the record before the board with this resolution also calling for additional design concepts. We simply want new design options that preserve the current size of the outdoor areas to ensure we have enough outdoor play space for students. The Oyster Adams School community asked DCPS and DGS to amend its filing before the historic board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cardile. Any questions for her from board members? All right, then I'll turn back to the applicant to allow you to respond to the comments from the ANC and Ms. Cardile. And what I'm specifically curious about is whether or not you did explore adding onto the existing auditorium or burying any part of the program so as to still maintain outdoor space.
Sure, I do want to acknowledge Oni Gaston, who's joined the call from DCPS, and offer, Oni, I don't know if you want to say anything before I respond. Oni is director of the modernizations.
Yes, hi everyone. Sorry, pulling up my notes here. There has been several iterations of design for the project where we have explored different approaches that we could take for the project. There is a couple of different pieces, I think, that when approaching for design options, that we, DGS, and also studios have worked together to understand the historic nature of the facility, but also how the project stacks amongst the general modernization timeline, as it reflects of the entire district portfolio. With that, the changes that we would have to see in order to get any additional approval for the demolition of the multipurpose room as proposed by the community, different shifts of the orientation of the additional spaces that we need for the modernization program. We find that this is the best approach, understanding that with the additions that we are proposing and the modernization proposal, this is the best way to achieve the modernization program that we need for Oyster Adams campus. I think that is the bulk of it. I think also we understand that the historic auditorium will be reused as an additional kind of big box spaces, which really what we are having troubles with accounting and accommodating on this site. And that the numbers that we are looking at for future development and how we are receiving feedback and interpreting feedback, we have made significant adjustments to the playfield, outdoor spaces, understanding that we are increasing opportunities for things like an outdoor classroom and other pieces for the exterior site. It is a tight site. We understand that. We understand that it is in a historic district, and we are doing our best to accommodate the schedule as well as the needs of the program first, and then and then the schedule and how it impacts the additional needs of the surrounding neighborhood. Dave, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks. So to answer your question in terms of did we consider what was raised? So we've considered a whole lot of things on this site. What we've never contemplated was tearing down the auditorium and that smokestack. To me, it just seemed, as an architect, phone is ringing in. Just had to kill that. I appreciate the desire to maximize open space, and we've done the best thing we can with the balance of stormwater management requirements and what we think is the right approach for preservation. I do not think it's appropriate to tear down this auditorium when it's in such good condition. We've worked at other schools where the auditorium has been significantly altered, and I think that could have been an approach. So to answer the first part of what was raised, I think tearing down the auditorium is not something that we would recommend. We could look at that if DGS and DCPS wanted us to do that, but I think what we would quickly find is below that auditorium is a cafeteria, and that cafeteria is poorly serviced right now from the alley with an elevator that is a passenger size elevator and a kitchen that is serving 5 lunch periods because of how small the cafeteria is. So we can't really leave the cafeteria under that footprint. Second thing is DCPS, I don't think, would support us putting student-focused spaces underground. And I would be concerned about going underground, knowing what we know about this site in terms of rock and having to cut through rock or blast through rock with those historic properties all around us. In terms of putting the soccer field over by the, the residents that are over at the northwest corner, if we could go back up, if we could, to one of those axonometrics, maybe page 23 or 25, if we could go to put leave the soccer field where it is and put the addition over against those historic structures would put us even closer. Let's go back just a couple to the axons. Yeah, keep going back there. 1 or 2 more. That one's fine. Or yeah. So to put the addition closer in the northwest corner would put those properties' foundations even closer to what would have to be rock removal. And so by locating the addition where we have, I think it's the right place for the addition. In terms of stacking a cafeteria on top of or underneath a gymnasium programmatically, we think it works much better for the cafeteria and the gym to be on the ground plane so that kids can use that gymnasium during recess. Yes, there is a lack of a loss of horizontal play space, but we're also increasing with 6 basketball courts, hoops inside this gymnasium, which is standard for a gym of this size, the capacity for the kids to play within the gym. So that is a play space that we think is easily accessible off of the grade plane to lift that up in the air over the cafeteria would mean that we would have to get trucks all the way down to the cafeteria at the end of this alley. So yeah, we've thought about it. They don't really hold much water when you look into it, and I mean, we're happy to share those thoughts and illustrate what that might be, but they don't really go very far when you start to look at what the program is. So again, let me just specify that if you were to tear down the auditorium, which none of our design team is in support of, you would have a cafeteria below that to replace as well. So the cafeteria is below the auditorium and it's woefully undersized. We are using that space for art classrooms and music classrooms in our renovation when we move the cafeteria up. So we are capturing that space back with classroom spaces that don't require the degree of open windows that others might. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that does for me. Do other board members have questions?
Is the soccer field the largest size that school needs, or is it based on a typical DCPS soccer field size?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. It is a replication of that existing soccer field, which is undersized. And so what we've done is relocated that soccer field with its sidewalls that you play off of the walls, such that they get the exact same soccer field. There's no question this is a tight urban site. We can't grow this site. We have stormwater management requirements that we have to take care of. And so how we locate these elements around the site are critical. And it's fun to work on these jobs because there is so much passion in what people are trying to do. But that soccer field, we have learned, is a real integral part of the social relationships of the kids and of the parents. But the
Okay,
kids
and
hang
the
out on that
parking.
soccer field quite a bit.
Got it. Got it. The parking, any investigation of the parking ever going below grade?
I'll
Or
let
is that
Oni,
cost prohibitive?
yeah, I'll let Oni speak to that one.
So it is against DCPS policy to create any type of parking structure. We have moved away from that. I know that there have been projects in the past, but we have moved away from that, understanding that it is not the best use of district funding. Advised from many different levels that it is not appropriate for us to use district level dollars in this way for structured parking, when it could actually go towards student learning spaces, which is what we are allocating here for the project.
And this number of spaces you're showing is the bare minimum that you need?
No, we could go lower. This is zoning required minimums, but with a zoning override because of our proximity to bus and metro, we could go lower, but we're not.
Is that a I mean, is that a consideration for DCPS to think about that?
We will also understanding the tight site, understanding the need for parking also for the staff and people in the building. We don't want to go any lower. We are doing our best to match what's currently on site. So we feel comfortable with the number that's proposed.
Okay. All righty, thank you.
Do you feel comfortable with the amount of recreation space that you have? I mean, obviously this is a really tight site, so there are trade-offs that have to happen.
Yeah.
And just with respect to the parking, it just seems like that's an easier thing to trade than things that are necessarily for the students' health and
Agreed.
well-being.
Yeah, and I think that's another part where the public testimony earlier kind of mentioned the different voices. We're doing our best to accommodate the varying voices that are there, understanding that to the community's point, right, we need to attract teachers in order to have the best type of students that are there. I think Dave had already kind of showed the different pockets, I guess, of green space that we are trying to implement to kind of create an interesting space with the space that we have, while still trying to balance and accommodate the other needs, I guess, for the just general school community.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions from the board?
Mark, just a kind of question to clarify for those listening and for the applicants. we're not necessarily here to comment on DCPS's program necessarily, right? I mean, if
No, I mean, we're here under the purview of historic preservation. So what is compatible
right,
or not with this existing site?
in other words, they presumably are the experts in the program that they need for outdoor recreation for the students, not us. And even though we do invite the community to come in and share their concerns, it is not that sort of programming and the amount of square feet and all the outdoor programming you have for school is not an expertise of this board. It may be an expertise of some people on the board, but it's not what we're charged with, right?
Exactly, exactly.
Just to be clear about that for people.
Yes, yes. Thank you for that clarity, Matt.
And I would add the same admonition around the stormwater and other features that, the city has rules, laws, regulations, and DGS has to comply with them. And so we have to determine whether their approach to, for example, stormwater management fits within the historic preservation criteria.
Mm-hmm. That's right, Andrew. Thanks. Any other questions? If not, we'll turn back to the applicant to make any closing statement you'd like.
We've heard the community. We will continue to work with the community. I think for sure there are improvements that can be made to the general use of what land we have. I do think that it's going to be a magnificent school, and that DCPS's efforts to create parity across the district is going to be something that people will be surprised about when they walk through this modernized program. And I think there's been a lot of focus on the exterior play space, as well there should be. I think we'll find that the interior improvements are exponential for existence. For example, the library in this school is currently 900 square feet. It needs to go up to 3,600 square feet. And so most of the classrooms in here are undersized. There is not enough adequate office space. There's not enough technology spaces. So this will give every student within the program the same opportunities that the district is creating for kids across the city. Tony, I don't know if you have anything to add.
No, I think you said that wonderfully. Thank you for.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all. This is, I think someone's said it multiple times already, but this is certainly a tough problem, given the tight constraints of this urban site, and the need for expanded programs here, the variety of programs that you're trying to balance on the site. I think I think there are many ways to approach this, but I find that the way that you've approached this is compatible. And so from just strictly looking at this from the board's purview, which is what we have to do, while I understand the community's concerns under our purview, I would be inclined to support the staff report.
I agree, Chair Heath. I think given the multitude of all sort of equally important requirements, this presentation, I think, effectively and thoroughly and clearly presented how all of those things are layered. And also in hearing the public's comments, I think they recognize some of those attributes as well and the challenges that are before everyone. I think there's some refinement that can be done in terms of conversations that can continue between the community and the architect and DC Public Schools. But I support the staff report. I think this is a compatible solution for this historic building, and addresses and maintains a number of the character defining features as they've been clearly identified within the structure.
Yeah, I would agree. certainly a thorough presentation. And I can appreciate the challenge of getting the outdoor program to be as useful as possible. So I support the staff report as well. Two small suggestions. One is just for the design team to think about is whether the parking lot that has the two banks of parking, whether that could be designed in such a way that it could be closed off on weekends and could be used for basketball or some other, activity there, so that it's not a parking lot. It's a parking lot 5 days of the week, but maybe not 7. And because these schools get a lot of use on, having had 2 kids go through DCPS, the playground in many respects is the piazza of the neighborhood. And I think if you could find a way to make those dual use spaces, it may go some measure to alleviating some of the perceived crowding that the community has. And the second thing is just a small thing. I saw a rendering of the gym as it faced the fields there. I can't find it in the PDF here, but the front side of it on the street you don't see, but there was a view of the gym, sort of a watercolor. I think there's an opportunity there to make the gym be a little bit more engaging with that landscape, and I just didn't find that aspect of it to be all that satisfying. But I think the design team could, just seems very incidental to me, and could be, probably a little bit more of something that engages the scale of the auditorium piece next to it. But other than that, that's a minor comment. I think the design is well suited for the building.
All right. So then with that, I will make a motion that we support the staff report and ask for a second.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose? The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Okay, and we've reached our last case of the day in the Tacoma Park Historic District. 6817 and 6819 5th Street Northwest. Once we get the presentation ready to go, I'll ask staff to present first and then the applicant.
Okay, great. Can you hear me? Just checking. This is Steve.
Yes. Yes.
All right. I've stayed out of your hair all day long.
You're right.
Thank you to Juliana for stepping in and driving the PowerPoint today. I'm having some computer issues, so she was very generous in taking that on together with all the speakers. This is a concept application for additions to 2 side-by-side houses in the Tacoma Park Historic District. The houses are not quite identical, but they're very similar. They were built within a year of each other by the same architect and development team in about 1915 and 1916. And very typical bungalow houses for Tacoma Park with full length or full width front porches, gabled roofs that are parallel to the street, with big dormers on the front. The proposal is to add rear additions to the backs of each of the 2 houses. 6819 is a corner house, so it fronts onto Butternut Street, or it sides up to Butternut Street, and then 6817 is next to that, just one in from the corner. The proposed additions are also very similar to each other, but not quite identical. They extend roughly 15 to 17 feet back, are proposed to be clad in cementitious siding, and each would be capped with a shed roof projecting off of the rear roof slope of the house. We think that the general concept for the proposals, for the concepts, are compatible. We've worked with the architect, Mr. Howard, to design them so that they will spring just below the ridge line of the primary roof of the house and will be inset from one of the rear corners. So there'll be some differentiation of mass of the additions from the primary masses of the houses. Each of the houses also has a garage at the rear. The one at 6817 is from its brickwork and construction is clearly sort of a probably 1950s, 1960s two-car garage that would fall well outside of the period of significance for the historic district. The other one at 6819 probably does date from around the construction, if not the actual construction of the house. It has the same pebble dash stucco as the first floor of the house. However, we're not raising a concern about its removal. It is a very incidental building. It actually faces onto Butternut and is extremely small, would not house a modern automobile, so it could not be repurposed for its original use. And unlike neighborhoods like Cleveland Park, where the board has traditionally found garages to be contributing to the historic district, that has not really been the case in Tacoma Park. The board has occasionally allowed the demolition of garages, and they are not cited in the National Register nomination as a specific feature of the historic district. So while that's clearly a judgment call and something the board needs to weigh in on, the staff is not raising a concern about the removal of either of the two garages as part of the project. However, there are a couple of aspects of the projects that we think do need some further work. The first is the extent of interior demolition that's being proposed. Obviously, to do these additions, the rear walls, some non-contributing sort of rear additions, tack-ons would be removed, particularly on 6819, which we don't think have particular value to them, and so that's fine. But the rear walls of the buildings would be removed, the rear roof slope would be removed, and most of the interior walls of both houses would be removed, which also raises the question as to whether or not the floor assemblies would need to be removed with the removal of so many walls. So we're asking the architect to, one, develop further detailed plans about the treatment of the floor assemblies, but as part of that to also look at how the extent of demolition could be lessened and more of the floor plans of the buildings retained so as to not constitute substantial demolition as defined in the board's regulations. We have a number of suggestions about sort of detailing that we think need some further development. The plans, the houses both are clad in pebble dash stucco on the first floors. 17 has probably the original wood shingles on the second floor. 19 has vinyl siding on the second floor, which probably covers over whatever the original cladding was. And we're recommending that all of those materials be either retained, meaning the stucco should be retained, it's in fine condition on both houses, that the shingles on 17 probably do need to be replaced, but should be replaced in kind. And that the siding, the vinyl siding on 19 should be removed and the underlying siding or material either be repaired or replaced in kind. And then further, we're recommending that the cladding of the addition perhaps should relate a little bit more specifically to the houses themselves and follow the lead of that sort of bifurcated use of materials with one on the second floor and a different one on the second floor to help break down the scale of the additions. So for instance, rather than cladding them uniformly in siding on both levels, perhaps looking at using a smooth space stucco for the first floors of the additions and siding or shingles on the second floor to help more specifically relate them to the houses. There's also some work on the windows that needs to be done on the specifications for the windows. 17 has its original windows, and those should be either repaired or replicated in kind, including their material. 19 has lost its original windows, has all vinyl windows, with the exception of one on the side elevation. which is a multi-light window, and we think that it's likely that 19 had multi-light windows, and that should be the basis for replacement windows. Again, we're recommending approval of the general concept, but with the conditions that some further development be done on refining the additions, lessening the extent of interior demolition, and refining the window and siding schedules in consultation with the staff.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Is the applicant ready to present?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm having some difficulties over here on my end. So, good afternoon to everyone. Okay, yeah, so Steve actually gave a really good breakdown of what we're looking to do. Pretty much interior renovation with additions to the rear of both lots here, 6817 and 6819. And with the removal, both properties have a garage. The one that's coming off of Butternut, that one there is kind of an eyesore. We really think that we can repurpose the whole entire area back there with some more greenery once we put the addition on. The one at 6817, that one there is actually a really hard accessible garage. The topography to go back, I mean, unless you have a Jeep to actually get in there, you're going to always bottom out. So that's one reason why we want to take that one out. And to go on the point of where Steve was asking about the demolition of the interior, we are looking to maintain all of the existing floor structure system. Where I have certain walls that are going to be bearing walls, that will be able to support the existing structure. And if we do have spans that are exceeding the existing structure, we plan to reinforce those to be able to span within those distance. Both properties for their basement units do not have the proper head clearance height, as well as that they have some. Matter of fact, that's actually a really good page right there. We're looking at HR 11. At the front portion of where that basement level is, it actually steps up like 20 inches. So there is actually no headroom clearance in there. So we want to be able to utilize that whole entire basement, doing some underpinning to get the proper head clearance heights within those areas, so we can do pretty much apartment dwelling for each one of these properties in the basement level. As far as for the exterior facade treatments, we do want to maintain all of the existing elements that are there. I think right now, currently what I did was I just placed in there for as far as hardy plank siding. From my experience with utilizing hardy plank siding, they can match pretty much anything that we're doing, even if it is a historic property. As far as for the 6817 having more of a wood finish, we can find material that will be able to match that. The existing parging or drive it that is there, stucco that is there, all of that's going to have to get re-scraped off and to be reapplied in kind. We definitely want to do that as well. And okay, so this is 6819. That is at the first floor. Yep, the first floor. That's the basement level. Okay. And this is at the HR 11, basement level 4, 6819. There we go. And that is the here. I think we have things that kind of mixed up here, some of them. Okay. And I guess at this point right here, I mean, I really want to get the panel's feedback to make sure that one, we're going in the right direction, and that there's anything that needs to be adjusted or modified, I'm willing to do accordingly, so we can make sure that we can achieve the goal for the client here, the owner of the properties, I'm sorry. And we can take from there.
Okay. Does the board have questions for the applicant at this time? No. Okay.
Nope.
All right. From based on what you've asked, are you open to addressing the comments from the staff on the
Yes.
design? Okay.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm just hoping that for the comment in regards to the interior demolition, I'm hoping that I can be able to satisfy that. We're trying to kind of give a little bit of an openness, but then also to add additional rooms, especially to the second floor, kind of meet up to today's times, if you will. It's kind of choppy. It doesn't kind of work real well. So we want to kind of, bring it up to today's standard, Mhm.
Okay. We do have both Sarah Green and Faith Wheeler registered to speak this afternoon. Let's hear from them, and then we can turn back to the board for any follow-up questions. So if we can begin with Sarah Green.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, good. Hi, my name is Sarah Green. I live a few blocks at Piney Branch and Dahlia, 7106 Piney Branch. And I appreciate the detail in the staff report because I think it addresses, I disagree with some of it, but I think it addresses some of the main issues here. My first problem is the submissions were incomplete. Faith Wheeler pointed this out in detail in her testimony that she submitted. And so I would call you attention to that. We don't have front elevations. We don't have side elevations. It's an incomplete submission. And I would ask the board to create maybe a policy that would prevent that in the future. Also, there's no streetscape. And I know you don't require it, but I think you should. Especially when there's two houses, one on the corner. We should be able to see what the whole street looks like, truly, if these changes were made. The corner property, I guess that is 6817. I mean, that's really a problem. I mean, that's a corner, a very prominent corner of Fifth and Butternut. I mean, that's a huge amount of traffic goes by it. It's a very prominent corner. And looking at even some of the profile, what I can see, I think that house, that addition needs to be amended because to me, it looks like the addition that A. Cleveland, it's too much of an addition to me, to my eye, for that style house, for the bungalow. Another question is of substantial demolition. Are there going to be frequent inspections? I mean, how is that going to be prevented? I don't know how it works. The garage, I think the garage that is original should be retained. We don't have that many garages left in our district. And I think we need to, even though it's small, it's part of the character. It's what they used to do with garages. It's part of the historic character of this community. And I think it should be retained. Lastly, in terms of windows and all kinds of other original elements, I think that if you can repair a window, to please repair it. And to demonstrate that, I think it should be demonstrated a window cannot reasonably be repaired so that all original fabric can be maintained as much as possible, particularly the special windows. I'm a little concerned when I hear that the stucco, which the staff says is in great condition, is going to be scraped off. I don't see why that should be permitted. If it's original and if it's in good condition, then it needs to be preserved as original fabric. I don't know, a hardy plank, to me, is not the ideal solution. If it's wood shingles, why not put wood shingles back? Anyway, that's my my comment, and thank you for listening. Faith Wheeler has much more detailed and much better, I think, testimony in this case, and I support what she is saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. And with that, we will hear from Ms. Wheeler. Once she's on.
Maybe not.
Hopefully.
Is she on? Let's see.
I don't see her yet.
I don't see her on the list.
Oh, here she
Oh,
is.
there she is.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
It looks like you're unmuted, Ms. Wheeler, so you should be able to begin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay. Well, I don't know that this is any better at all than Sarah's, but anyway, thank you for the compliment, Sarah. I'm usually following Sarah. In any case, I'll just start at the top of the siding, I guess. For me, please no hardy plank. Shingles, shingles seems to be the original of both houses. I guess you'd have to take off the vinyl. I understand to be certain that it's wood shingles underneath one of the two. I've forgotten which one. But if at all possible, please, please, please repair or replace wood shingles above the stucco. And to the extent that stucco is in good repair, I would agree with Sarah. Keep it if it's good repair. It looks like it'll last for another many, many years. Windows, vinyl windows should really not be allowed, it seems to me. They should be wooden. And to the extent possible, well, there are two things here that may sometimes conflict a bit. I think we need to really pay close attention to what we need to do in preparation for more climate change than we're seeing now. And so I'm really very focused on being certain that windows, and in this case, windows we're talking about, be such that they will withstand very high temperatures, occasionally, maybe more than occasionally. Many days, a sequence of many days of extreme weather is what's predicted. Extreme heat is predicted for this city of District of Columbia. I have, well, double pane wooden windows here, which I put in many years ago in my house. So it's certainly possible. And to the extent, if indeed the original windows, any of the original windows do have double panes, then that would be great to keep them if they're in good shape, or repair them. One thing I noticed, and I don't know that I noticed it correctly, but I believe on 6819, you've probably seen it in my testimony in writing. I thought I saw a window with vertical muntins, which is unusual here, but it's not unknown in Tacoma. And I'm wondering about considering, if indeed that's the case, if 6819 originally had vertical muntins in the for windows, I wonder about replacing the vinyl windows, if that's what they are, I think, with windows with vertical muntins. I've seen them in Asheville, North Carolina. I find them very attractive and quite unusual. So that's an idea to put out to you folks. I thank Steve Colcott again for noting the extent of demolition, and please limit it to the extent possible. Always being sure that the renovation reconstruction is as strong and lasting as possible, high quality. But this sounds to me like it might be thinking about creating sort of a loft interior, and rather than maintaining the normal bungalow design of rooms. And with destroying the walls that create the rooms, you sometimes destroy some very interesting detail of in the inside, which I find very attractive and is very typical of bungalows. Let's see, the garages, I tend to agree with Sarah. My property had a garage. It doesn't anymore. For some time I wanted to reconstruct a garage, I was not allowed to. And it seems to me that it's an interesting feature to retain to the extent possible. And I don't quite understand the negatives of demolishing them. I think the applicant stated that one of the garages is difficult to access. It's impossible to tell because I would like to see that in a drawing, the location of the garages in relation to the houses, and we don't see that. And I think that is a difficulty, a challenge to imagine where they are. I can't really comment fully because they're not in the drawings. And Sarah did point out the fact that we didn't see the complete the drawings for 6817, not the front, not the right side. 1619 doesn't show the front. The front of the houses, as I understand it, from historic preservation points of view, is what's really important to be careful about how it's retained, how the historic features are retained. What you see from the front, from the streets, are what I understand is what is really important to get right according to the historic architecture. But we don't see sketch of the front, and I would really like to see that. I think that probably covers my points, and thank you very much for your consideration. And again, thanks to Steve for pointing out the questions about the stucco and the wood shingles, and for pointing out the problem about extensive demolition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Do board members have any questions for her? Okay. We'll turn back to the applicant for you to respond to the comments that you heard from testimony.
Okay. Yes. Well, we do have a complete package that shows all of the elevations, the floor plans and everything. I'm not sure why, maybe Steve can kind of give us some input on why that hasn't been accessible to the public, that being number one.
Can you say, if I could just clarify, when you say a complete package, we have individual PDFs. We have for 6817, we have a left side elevation with existing and proposed. We have first floor plans, existing and proposed roof plans. second floor plans, basement plans, and rear elevations. Are there other drawings that
Yes.
you've produced?
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes.
any that show the context, the house in the context of the surrounding
That I
properties?
do not have that. I can provide that to you for our next go round.
Okay.
But with also that, I also showed and include photographs of the existing garages, that which definitely for 6817, you can definitely see what the challenge is of the existing driveway that goes down to the garage that's in the rear. Going into that garage, you're going to bottom out. It's not an accessible garage. It's whoever built it for whatever time period. It doesn't work. It absolutely. I have a truck and I couldn't even get my truck in there if I even tried. Um, so that was the reason for the removal of that garage right there. Yes. The garage at 6819. Um, that was a choice by the client wanting to remove that, because he didn't see, or the owner, he didn't see a purpose and a need for that particular structure, and would like to do the addition as opposed to having a garage and to gain more green area space back there. Because currently the green area space has a couple of trees that was self-planted trees that were there that are rooted and all that. And even if we take that out, it still doesn't give enough backyard. That being on a corner lot. Um, Windows, we can definitely replace in kind. From my observation and walking through the majority of the windows, it looks like they have already been replaced with a lot of vinyl windows. So if there is a ruling to go with all of a particular type of window, uh, we would like to know. I mean, if it's going to be a wood, if it's going to be a clad, we can do that. That can be an easy adjustment. And same thing that goes with the siding of either one of the projects too as well. We can meet um, the wood siding. We can meet I believe it's a vinyl that's there now. Is a 6-inch vinyl that's there for 6819. And for this, I almost forgot the name of it again. The base of the existing properties, both properties, they have a stucco finish. Some of the stucco has been damaged, so yes, we can easily repair that, and reapply paint to make a more vibrant color, even if it matched it, because right now it's really dull and old looking. So we want to definitely be able to spruce that up, even if it's with a white or a light gray with the existing color finish is. And again, with the demolition of the interior, doing construction projects quite often, I mean, we'll easily be able to shore up anything that we need to shore up. All of the existing floor framing will remain, for everything within the existing. And let me see. The majority of the walls that are being moved out or adjusted and shifted for more space areas in certain areas, those are non-load bearing walls. So we don't have, it's not, it might be one wall I think in 6819 that is getting, I'm sorry, 6817 that's getting an adjustment. But we'll come back and put in a post-in beam to be able to shore those things up. Again, as long as we can maintain the ceiling, the floor structure. One, because we love the ceiling height in the first and the second floor. We want to definitely maintain that. And let me see, was there anything else? Stucco siding, garages, demolition.
Windows.
And the windows, yeah. And again, if we can just, again, from my observation and my walkthrough, I saw a lot of vinyl windows. Yes, there are a few that were, I think for 6817, there was on one of the left side elevations, there was an aluminum window that was there, pretty high up. I don't recall seeing any wood windows at all. But I do remember seeing maybe one or two aluminum clad windows. And again, if the ruling is to go with a clad or wood, we would definitely like to know. Then that way we can put that within the drawing set.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right. I think it would be helpful to not make any determination on this today, but rather to ask for what we also would agree is a more complete package, and maybe that exists already, but we do have just those individual drawings. It is helpful for the board to see the house in context, and whether that's a collaged elevation with photos of the surrounding homes, or if you produce a rendering that helps us to understand that. Also, certainly every elevation, the changes that you've talked about, if those could be included in the new documentation that you provide,
Okay.
that would also be good for us to see. Any other thoughts, the board? Okay. Then we'll conclude for today and ask that you continue to work with staff. I think the staff and the community comments that you've heard are very much in alignment, and the board is supportive of those recommendations. So if you're wondering what is able to be approved, that's a pretty good indication of what the board is looking for at this point.
Marnie, the one aspect that there was a little bit of difference of opinion on was about the garages, and it will affect, I think, the ability for the additions to be constructed in terms of lot occupancy, to know whether or not those garages can come down or not. So if there's any direction from the board on one or both of those, again, I don't think the one at 6817 is clearly a mid-century garage that would fall outside any period of significance for the historic district. So I would hope that at the very least, nobody would have concerns about removing that one. I think the tougher one is 6819, which does face the corner, faces Butternut, and probably is original, has the same pebble dash stucco finish as the house does. But I think if we could get some determination on that, at least we would know, because otherwise I think the addition might have to be a little bit smaller in terms of lot occupancy, although Mr. Howard might be able to answer that. I may be wrong on that.
I think you're correct on that.
Okay. And is 6819 the one that has the significant slope that makes the garage tough to use?
No, that's 6817.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Juliana, do you want to go back to the photographs of 6819, the garage? I think yes, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, I would be inclined to say that because of the prominence of that and its condition, that it should be maintained. The other, since it's more modern and of the period of significance, is less important. But okay.
I thought this was the one that was less important. The one facing the street, right? The one facing the side street.
Just the opposite.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
okay.
opposite.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
6817 is the one that we're saying is less significant.
Okay.
Okay, so this one needs to be maintained, and then the addition would need to, well, that's up to the applicant to decide, but this needs to be maintained. Okay, got it.
Great.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you. And thanks to everybody for your participation today. We'll be back in July. There's no hearing next week. So.
And
we'll see you.
Marnique and Matt and Gretchen, just to remind you that we have a follow-up meeting.
Yes, that we're 4
Yes.
minutes late for now.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
We'll switch
All
over.
right.
Thanks, Steve.
See you then.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Bye.